Good, bad. I'm the guy with the mic.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hey, everybody, it's Dr. Nick.
Hi, everybody.
How's everybody doing today?
Thank Cthulhu, it's Sunday, everybody.
We're making sandwiches instead of bread. Use Pop-Tarts. That's your window to weight gain.
Does anyone here not like Pop-Tarts, or is it just me? Like, I have never liked Pop-Tarts. I don't know why.
It depends on the Pop-Tart, man. I loved them when I was little, and then as I grew up, I was like, well, these are cardboard flavored shit. And then they made the s'mores ones, and I was like, oh, I don't like to eat them hot, though, because they always, you're like,
Yeah.
oh, yay, I just scalded my face. I'm going to not be able to taste anything for a week, which is why I suppose they did it initially, so that you wouldn't realize what a piece of trash you were eating.
Yeah.
But, like, I occasionally can enjoy a s'mores Pop-Tart cold.
Well,
Toaster strudel are better.
I wasn't even aware you could toast them until later in the game.
I mean, listen, I've been a stoner since I was 12 years old for 29 years now, and not once have I ever been like, I got the munchies and I want a Pop-Tart. Never. Not even when I was a young stoner did I ever like Pop-Tarts. Don't know why. Everybody here in the house loves them.
It's weird that you bring that up, because over the past week when I was grocery shopping with my mother, we were walking by him and she's like, do you know how sad it used to make me that you kids enjoyed those when you were little, and that you would ask me to buy them because they are the most terrible things ever?
Yeah.
And so my mom's
and they made
right
the
up there with
fancier
you.
version that was like the toaster strudels, which I also didn't care for.
I enjoyed those more than I enjoyed Pop-Tarts. What
like
they
pancakes,
made that was what they made that was really good, and they don't do them anymore, and I immediately blanked out on the name, but there was a company that used to make individual it'd be a package with 2 glazed donuts in them, and you kept them in the freezer, and then you'd microwave those, and those were the best breakfasts ever. Because like for school, going to the bus and like just getting the donuts, have a napkin, be running out to go stand at the end of the lane. If it was winter, I'd be in the barn, peeking out the door to see if the bus had pulled up yet. But eating those nice warm glazed donuts when it was chilly outside, that was, I can't remember the brand, but they quit making them.
I know
I don't know if the company.
The Entenmann's brand is the one that used to do it, at least around here back in the day. But the most ones we got were Entenmann's, because that's a donut company here, but it was the same exact product.
Yeah, I get something similar. We have that product here, and I like their is it French twirl donuts or whatever, the ones that are like shaped like a tractor tire that are glazed?
Yeah.
Those are
cooler. Yeah,
those are good, but I miss the glazed donut. I mean, you can go. They're pretty much like a Krispy Kreme, but they're a little softer inside.
Yeah.
Like they'd collapse.
Oh yeah,
they're like pastry.
Amish Raz is missing his wife, man. Those Dutch Pennsylvania Amish fresh baked glazed donuts I got for free are haunting my dreams, man. But to be fair, I really only like glazed donuts. Like that's what I like. Everybody makes fun of me, like it's basic, but that's what I like. That's what I grew up eating all the time. Yeah, if I was lucky enough to even get a donut like growing up, it was a glazed donut, because that's what we could afford, and that's just what I like.
For me, my sorry. Did you?
So we'd love to hit up the Krispy Kreme by where we lived, and every time we were able to get a hot one, usually when we went to town, my cousin was on patrol. So since we knew where he'd be, we'd go to him. We'd pull over the cop, which is the awesome cousin, and say, "Here, have a fresh hot donut."
Nice.
It was great. Okay, back to you, Uncle Necro.
Well, I was just going to say, in my pre-diabetes day, There was no better snack than a frozen toaster strudel, cherry to be exact,
Sure.
because
There-
it was the tanginess and the sweetness. Just it had to be frozen though, not toasted. 'Cause,
I just discovered something, by the way. I can't remember if it's Little Debbie or the opposite, whichever one does ding dongs and they do the little pies.
okay,
Hostess,
that's
yeah.
Hostess.
Is that Hostess? Okay. Those were on sale, so I grabbed some. And if you're buying the pies and you think you're getting a pie, because they have little pies,
Yeah,
and so they put like a spoonful of cherry in them.
right.
I mean,
Right.
you don't
Yeah.
need a lot more, but
Yeah,
last I was kind of my grandfather passed on the 19th 4 years ago, and like right towards the end of the night. And so I'm bummed. And so sorry everybody tonight. You get to put up with a bummed out Delphine, and I'm going to be telling you stories and things probably. But I was like, I'm gonna go get my little pie because he loved it, everything sweet and stuff. And no, he would have been mad. He would have been like, who the hell thought that was worth something?
Well,
You know?
Hostess went downhill a little bit because they completely went bankrupt, and then someone bought them out. That's the reason we still have Twinkies and such, because literally someone bought Hostess out and still does other products.
well,
But there were a lot of changes, packaging
Yeah.
changes,
there was some changes.
some recipe changes. Like I remember when Ding Dongs came in foil, because we would have Ding Dong night at the house where we'd eat like a couple boxes of Ding Dongs. Everybody would get a bunch of them. We would just eat them all and have foil ball fights like in the 80s and early 90s.
Now see, like what are the peanut butter cover? It's like a giant Twix thing that they're
Nutty
the
bars.
peanut butter Nutty Bars.
Yeah.
Nutty Bars and Swiss cake rolls or ho-hos,
I
depending
still
on
like
what
Swiss
you get.
cakes.
Swiss cakes,
Freeze
yeah.
them.
Yes.
Stick
oh my
them
God,
in the
there's so much fun
freezer.
that way.
And
Yeah, This is a
That's the
little
best.
Debbie household right here.
Yeah. See, we have the
Yes.
Hostess factories here, like the big plants and stuff, but also the Hostess bakeries, where you could go and they would make it all fresh and then you would get like discount prices and stuff. Like we had
Right.
all that here. So like we ate Little Debbie stuff, but like Hostess was like really like what we all ate most of the time.
Okay.
I
Well, it was
just got
cheaper
whatever
here.
was cheaper.
Yeah.
For us, it was Hostess that was cheaper. Yeah.
Please don't
Uh,
apologize about grieving again, okay? There's no
Yeah.
reason for it.
The
Because
show is padded
a
so
weird
for a
time.
reason. You know,
Says the
it's
person
about
right in
these
front of
things.
a Grim Reaper.
Okay.
Which is beautiful, by the way.
Yes,
I-
yes, it is.
Yes,
Oh.
Sonia did amazing. Shout out to Sonia. Dabs.
Woo!
There we go.
You rock, Sonia.
So
This keeps falling down. He falls a lot.
Yeah, I brought mine too. I can't
I don't
see.
know. I don't know why.
There we go.
I have my new buddy, courtesy of Cassie, right here at my desk, right next to my thrift shop owl that I still haven't painted. They hang out. They're buddies now.
So cute.
here it is.
Definitely
And of course,
adorable.
I got my new little owl magnet.
Yeah, Patty made that, and
Yep.
then Cassie painted the little wooden one.
I got a beautiful care package actually from Jenny and her family. Man, like I got a lot of amazing books. Like I'm not going to show you all the books. Like there's a lot, and that was a heavy box, by the way. It was awesome. But got a lot of Stephen King books. I had actually never read Hearts and Atlantis. I've also never actually read Cujo or Dr. Sleep. So like the only of the Stephen King books I had read before were just the Tower books. So I'm excited about that. But that Slytherin copy, like the Slytherin edition of the first Harry Potter book, I saw that. I was almost in tears. And then
Oh, that's cool.
the thing that got me the most, though, was the stocking. Because I don't have a stocking anymore, like for Christmas, nothing, because we lost everything we owned so many times, we just never rebought. Like, stocking has just been a box with shit thrown in it for years now. So I got this awesome, like, Batman stocking.
Oh, that is
See the
so
other
cool.
side, too, 'cause it's so cool. Like, this is the thing that, like, really, I loved everything, but for some reason, like, this just
I'm
hit
so
me right in
happy
the nuts, man.
because that's like 28-year-old fabric and it's hand sewn. So lots of love from us to you.
It's hidden in a safe place where no one can touch, not even the cats.
Or Santa.
Exactly.
That's
Especially Santa.
cool. My mom is a stocking nut, And it used to start out, it starts off with you get the little things, and then as we're getting older, like we used to sit and wrap though, and it'd be like, okay, it's time to wrap stocking stuffers, and we would wrap like chapstick because she wanted
My mom.
everything to be wrapped. Like, wrap that candy bar, Mom. It's a fucking wrap the toothbrush. Okay.
Did you have to wrap the orange too? Because my mom would wrap the orange and the fruit she would put in there.
We don't do the oranges.
Okay.
It's never been part of our tradition. But now it's reached the point that stockings have now come in like the big ass like shopping bags from like she'll go and get like a Trader Joe's bag for each of us, and then like there'll still be a couple extra like, and here's your extra Victoria's Secret bag worth of like Bath and Body Works products and stuff, and it's just like you get it was like at one point it's become ridiculous. I mean, it's awesome because the other thing is the family's so big now that we can't afford to like when it's like, okay, I'm buying presents for, just siblings and stuff. But then when you start getting nieces and nephews and everything thrown in, it's like, okay, if we're buying presents for like 20 people a piece, that's hard to do. So we started doing just like white elephants, and then we do the stockings, and then we get each other like kind of a household to household, gift of little things, or trade off a name and do a Secret Santa, but
living through you through the holidays for years now, because before COVID, Dad had passed away, so a lot of my family, Dad's side of the family, just period, no contact with us at all, like just nothing. And then, we saw Granny, everything was good. We started to kind of do stuff a little again after things were settling down from COVID, but then Granny passed. And now it's, if you live at my mom's house or you're one of the, whatever, the people at mom's house, you're fine. But me, I don't get phone calls from anybody. I'm talking like birthdays, holidays for years now, just nothing. It's just it. So when we do anything, it's just here, it's me and Brooke and Michelle and Matt, and that's it. Like we try not to even be around or home, like to just even, and I hate Christmas. I've hated Christmas since I was a child. Like I never was, cool presents are nice to get. I was like any kid. I like to open presents kind of, but I was always more concerned about what I was getting other people. And I put a lot of thought into like, when I give someone, like I'm either making it by hand or I'm finding like the perfect thing for people. Like I love giving things. I just don't like the getting part. It makes me feel weird, like always has. So I kind of don't like it. And then, losing Ryan right before, Thanksgiving and Dad right before Christmas, like, I've just come to the point now where I just hate the holidays. I like the food, but like the people in the holidays, so I'm kind of glad that I don't have to go out and do family stuff and deal with it. But then there's still that part of you that just kind of like misses it, like that remembers when it used to be like the giant family and like everybody on all sides would get together. And so it's weird.
We don't have room to host in any of our houses anymore. It's just that like when we were little ones, we would go out to my grandparents' farm on Christmas Eve, and they would take the living room, and there's like the living room and then a sitting room that were open, connected to each other.
Yeah. And
so we'd put out a huge table, or maybe two, but it was always covered so you couldn't tell. Grandma had the nice table linens and everything. And this was the Swedish side of the family, so we would have all sorts of, hey, Tom Dog. How's it going?
How's it going, man?
If you're bored, you can come join us, by the way.
So you were done talking. Oh, yeah, you can totally join us if you'd like, man.
Yeah, let us know. We'll send you a link.
Yeah.
But
We've got the room now.
We do. We have plenty of room. But we would have potato sausage would be one of the things that we got, and Swedish rye bread and pickled herring were some of the things that were out there. And there'd be, like the regular Christmassy stuff too, and like when we were really little, they tried making ustakaka, which is basically Swedish cheesecake.
Yeah.
Kind of. But if you make it in the very traditional manner, it takes a really long time to do, and you're like straining curd out in the garage and doing all this stuff, and it kind of, for a kid who can't appreciate the like textures and stuff, it was kind of watery because of the strawberry sauce that you put on. So it was like, no, thank you. I'll just stick with the cookies because Grandma always made really good cookies.
Oh yeah.
But
We
we love pickled herring, man. I can't. There's just so much.
I've never had it.
Oh, it's expensive.
I also don't like. I'm not into fish so much either, though. So that's probably why.
I guess I kind of fall under the I miss the old type of Christmases that we used to have. I mean, at some point, Christmas became my least favorite holiday, and that was about 2000, like 1995 or so. And before that, though, growing up, we would always go to my grandma and grandpa's place, and my grandma, you know, both of them being from Swedish families. My grandma would make skier, which is like little pillowy Swedish pancake things.
Which are delicious.
Again, if you make it, my grandma passed on the recipe to my sister, and I asked her, "Could you make that this year?" And she went, "No. Do you know how what goes into making batter? You have to stir it a certain way. If you do it wrong, you have to start over again." And
it's like Hermione in potions class, man.
Right.
There's a whole thing to it.
Right. But my sister kind of took over the whole, let's gather at our place, we'll make some food. She's a fantastic cook. When they brought in, they have 2 smokers. And once you've had smoked meat, there's just no going back.
Agreed. We did a smoked meatloaf one day on the grill. I'm not like, I'd never had it that way. And now I'm like, yes.
Oh, dude, one time.
I would have never thought of that.
They smoked.
Michelle, she's from Texas. Jenny knows what I'm talking about. You just grill
we
everything.
smoke everything.
You smoke and grill everything.
One time they smoked a Red Baron pizza.
I'd try the shit out of that.
Nothing fancy. It was like pepperoni, but yeah. See, what they do, though, is they take a Red Baron pizza and they buy an extra packet of pepperoni and they cram that sucker on top before they bake it, which makes all the difference.
Oh, yeah.
So
you got to cook or smoke and grill your people and your food, you know, or both.
And I miss food.
Pro cannibalism.
Well, I miss grandparents' food. You know,
It's
like
just funny that I said that, and you're like, I miss food right after I'm talking about people being food, and then you're like, I miss grandparents' food, which just made it worse.
I'm having an
We
old
eat
friend
our
for
grandparents when they get older.
Well,
It's how we honor the tribe.
well, okay, so Grandma would make that huge spread and everything, and then we'd have like in the sitting room on the end was the tree and the ornaments were very special. We had ornaments for every year, you know, for everybody, and she had this little house or this little town thing set up as well, where you they collect the houses and you build a town out of it, and they had like a skating rink that was a mirrored surface and little magnets underneath that would make those skaters skate around, and we'd all play with those. And my Aunt Jackie, she had Down syndrome, but she was super into Elvis and Star Trek, and so she had all these Elvis and Star Trek ornaments that you'd like push a button on, and they all like had some sound effect, or Elvis would like kind of dance and sing something, and the Star Trek
because I'm familiar with these. My dad's mom had all the villages and that skating rink with a little magnet and all the Elvis stuff, because my middle name, which it was my dad's middle name, is Aaron, which was Elvis's middle name and the name of his twin that passed. So I come from an Elvis family. Like, there's Elvis Christmas everything, rocking around the clock, him gyrating his hips, it's like the little animatronic Christmas thing where he's just shaking his hips back and forth, and all that shit, man. Because we had Christmas there for Christmas Eve, and then our own personal in-house Christmas morning, and then later on Christmas Day, it was my grandma's side my mom's side of the family. It's like we literally had like 3 Christmases.
That was ours too. Or
you've been naughty or nice, little girl.
For me, it was when screens became a thing. Like when cell phones at least started kind of being more common. Or TV, everybody wanted to suddenly bring the TV in to where everybody was celebrated. It's like everybody just stopped talking. There was no more stories being told.
Oh, we didn't let that happen.
Yeah, a couple members of my family allowed it to happen on like one side of the family, and then suddenly the next thing you know, within a couple years, that whole family was just football on TV, and that was allowed. Like Thanksgiving especially, that was allowed. But like we would get up early enough to watch the Macy's Day Parade, and I'll talk and like watch and talk the whole parade, and then they can watch some football later. Well, then everything just became about everybody just wanting to watch TV and play on their phones. And I'm over here going, hey, guys, let's talk about the time we did this. And everybody's like, TV's on. And I'm like, no.
We we'd have to fight over at my mom's parents' house. We would have to keep an eye on my uncle because they had the coolest setup. Like grandma's kitchen, they had 2 kitchens. They had a kitchen in the basement and a kitchen upstairs.
Nice.
And the one upstairs not only had the stove and oven below it, she also had a double oven on a wall to the side of it, so she could be, baking in 3 different, cooking in 3 different ovens.
Yep.
And be in the kitchen, and then downstairs Papa could be doing something in the other one.
Yeah.
Like the main meat or whatever, and she's got all the sides going here. But my Uncle Randy would constantly steal from us the monkey bread. So Grandma got to where she'd have to make 2 of those, and we'd follow him around to make sure that, because Randy would just eat it all. She's like, dude, she's making there's 20 of the pieces of them going around.
Right.
And you ate an entire monkey bread to yourself. You're fired. Go.
You're fired.
Get out of the family.
Holidays now.
He wakes
Not
up the
allowed.
next morning, his pancreas is on the couch smoking a cigarette going, fuck you, we need to talk.
And so Grandpa'd hide pies in the downstairs fridge. That they had a bar as well, and they had a keg fridge. But they've long since gotten rid of doing the kegs in it and just put the shelves back in. And he'd hide pies in the back of those behind beer bottles so Randy couldn't find them.
That's epic, dude.
But they did for Christmas. Do you know what Tom and Jerry's are?
A
The
cat
drink?
and a mouse.
No, the drink. It's like
I'm just joking.
it's a hot drink that has batter poured in it and stuff. And they have this giant Tom and Jerry's bowl that somebody had made for them, handmade, just gorgeous. It was cream and gold. And
I've heard of these things, but I've never actually had one or been around anyone that has had one.
Everybody in Takema, it's a very small town in Nebraska, knew my grandparents. They were friends with everybody. They had multiple gardens, and nobody ever went hungry in Takema. They would always have if somebody wasn't doing so hot financially, there would be care packages that were left on their doorstep with vegetables, any extra stuff left over from hunting, anything that Grandma had left from canning. Nobody ever had a problem in Takema. Everybody ate well. There was always meat. There was always vegetables for everyone. And they would always host. And throughout the course of the weekend, whenever Christmas was, or if it was days off and stuff during the week, pretty much half the town, if not more, would show up at some point in time over at their house. And the basement was full open. They had just a huge table down there and the bar that was there and that second kitchen. And then upstairs, they had regular living room and stuff. And so there'd be 20 people just sitting around, and they used to have a cabin down by the river. And during the summers, that's where everybody went. But during the winters, there's always, you'd go up and sit and have some drinks, and they'd sit up at the bar and they'd sit around the tables, and just the whole town would be in just chatting and enjoying all of Grandma's Christmas baking and all the drinks. And it was just very fun because our extended family there was like a town,
Right.
It wasn't just and we have the cousins stuff. It was and there's Ronnie who runs the bar down over there, and there's so-and-so who runs the grocery store, and they'd all be, and they remembered who all of us were, and it was just,
it just sounds like
really
magic to
fun.
me, man. When people talk about Christmas magic, that kind of stuff, right there, holiday magic, community magic, even that's what people mean, man. It's not about Santa and all these other things, but it's about the people that make it the holiday what it is.
Hopping in the car at night and
I think specifically
driving around.
that's what I miss. The magic of the holidays is what I have not had for so long now that it's just now it's just an inconvenient day. They're just inconvenient days for me now.
We would hop in the car and drive around, and around the farm areas they would go out and all out with the lights and everything. We'd look at the houses around the small town areas.
Did you go up to Rosedale?
Yes, Rosedale.
Rosedale was always so pretty.
Ewing, for as small as it is, they always went all out with the decorations on Main Street. I'll give them that.
I think the only tradition now that I've kept up at all is me and Michelle and Matt and Brooke get hot chocolate and we go look at Christmas lights. I still like to do that. I love to get blazed and just look at pretty lights. It's fun to do. There's a lot of great places to do that here. And hell, where we live now, there's 2 giant ones within a 5-minute drive of each direction.
Dude, when One of the biggest things we would always do is like we take a day and we go into the big city, that would be Omaha, and go to like Westroads or Crossroads, those malls, back when they used to put out like the big animatronics and the decorations. Like they'd have the entire choir, old-fashioned, old-timey choir animatronics everywhere, just to sit and stare at.
Do you guys hear the vacuum?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
sorry.
background. Or is it your background?
That's mine.
Oh, okay. At
No.
first, I thought it might have been like faint sound of a didgeridoo because I just heard like the.
I just thought that this was like horror ambient, and
It is.
like the Babadook is about to jump out from the back.
Good God, they're cleaning. No.
We're cleaning our souls. Oh, wait, I don't have one, but they can still try.
I loved
That's
holiday
awesome, man.
lights until they started doing the things where everything flashes and blinks, and like they have the houses that are designed to go to the radio, and so you like pull
Those
up
look
and they
really
block
cool,
out
but I
the
see
entire-
why they bother you. That would be a problem.
Yeah. So it like got to close my eyes for the
Oh, yeah.
entire month of December.
There was another
nobody-
big family tradition I haven't gotten to do for years, and the Cincinnati Zoo does the lights with the animals. And now that we got a pass for the zoo this year, and we live fairly close to it, like that and the theme park has a big Winterfest thing. I haven't done either of those things in decades, so this year I actually get to go, and so I'm hoping maybe that'll bring a little bit of old school memories and magic. But really, it's the haunt for me. The last, this will be the fourth year coming up in a row where I'm getting to do the Christmas stuff with the haunt, like. Because I get to see everybody that's in my my physical daily life that I consider family is only when the haunt season is happening, because we're all so busy all these times a year. And I mean, honestly, just getting to put that sock puppet on my hand last year. We were talking about that today, me and Fred. I was like, by far the dumbest thing that I have ever done in a haunt was put a sock on my hand and be inappropriate to people and do jump scares. And my whole jump scare, and Jenny has seen these videos, it's just my sock jumping out of a curtain and going, jump scare.
Jump scare.
That's it, like jump scare. And then I would sing inappropriate dirty songs to people when they'd go through. And he was like, you're right, that was fucking dumb. But let me just tell you how many people came out of that haunt and told me how much they loved it. And how many people you actually scared. He's like, do you realize when I went around that one corner and you jumped out, the sock jumped out? He's like, you actually scared the shit out of me there for a second.
Jump scare.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny, but that was probably the dumbest thing that I've ever done. It's because it
Nobody's
was
gonna
Christmas and a lot of people back there, we were having a tough time. And it was like,
just go,
what can I
jump
do?
scare.
Yeah. It's like, what can I do to make myself laugh and forget that it's the holidays, and everybody else there that also hates the holidays can forget about it. But then Fred gave me the best gift of all. When it was all over, he let me go in and ruin Christmas. I got to yank every fucking Christmas thing out of there. The makeshift decorations, I got to destroy it all. He's like, I hate it too. Go for it.
You see this Office Space kind of moment with flashing lights. And
Oh,
just-
dude, I had trees. I was picking up and throwing them in the boiler room closet, just like, whop. Taking elves, throwing them across the room in boxes. I just had like little boxes set up. I was just throwing shit and destroying everything. It was cathartic.
I
And
think
fantastic therapy.
what killed Christmas for me was it used to be growing up, no matter how our family was getting along, we would always, as a unit, come together and put up all the decorations.
Yep.
Put up the tree, hang everything like the tinsel and the lights and everything, and come together as a unit like that.
Yep.
Then I can't remember when, but it was my stepfather just decided I'm doing everything myself. Can I help? No, this is my thing. All right. Killed it.
For us, it became, if you didn't live at mom's, you didn't get to do it. And they would forget to invite you. So it was slowly but surely, it just stopped. Everything, all the trees and all the family they just did their own thing. And I do miss that too, man. Because you could stab each other with a needle that you were throwing the popcorn with. And that was fine because it was together time.
Right.
You could even strangle your brother with a tinsel as long as it got up the tree when you were done,
So as I made Halloween my Christmas.
Oh, I think they're done. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, it was seriously, the vacuuming got so loud that when you have your mic muted here on StreamYard, if you're trying to talk, it will show you like mic is muted. just in case you didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, it started again. But it thought that, like, it was telling me, like, your mic is muted. Quit shouting at me. I'm like, it's the neighbor downstairs vacuuming. I think it's done. I'm not sure.
I don't hear it.
I don't hear it. No,
Okay.
I don't hear it.
Okay.
you're fine.
I thought it was
So
a
we're talking
lawnmower.
about Christmas because it's like fucking August 20th. I don't know why we're talking about it, but I love that we're talking about it at the same time.
It's almost September, which means it's the official start of the spooky season.
Yes. I think
It's weird to see people say that, to hear that out loud, because it's like, that's like every day, like for me, like, and it's not just I'm saying that, like, people say it like it's a thing, but like it literally is, because I'm always building at the haunt or talking about the haunt or doing something related to horror or the haunt or spooky shit, and it's like people say, oh, it's a lifestyle, but it is for some people. That's not just a thing; it legitimately is for some people.
Well, no, I look at it as kind of a day by day thing too. Except this is the season where nobody looks at me strangely for being this way.
But that's
This is-
true. That's true.
This is the season,
It's the acceptable.
right?
Yeah.
It's like it's not Halloween yet. That's it. Fuck you. Yeah.
And those of us that have obsessive haunts, like in Ohio, where we start half of our haunts the very first weekend of September, we get the extended acceptability season. But then we have to fight because all the local Friday night football games that everybody's obsessed with in every town near here. So Fridays, no customers until like maybe late September, early October, because we're constantly battling the football people, man. We lose like part of our cast on Fridays to football games. We have a lot of younger cast members.
And for those of y'all that don't know, Halloween is my birthday, so I have an excuse
Yeah.
to celebrate it year round. And
Mhm.
yes, I was named Carrie, so I can also walk around covered in blood whenever I feel like it, because
I tried it out and said your name earlier when we were backstage before this started. I said Carrie, and it felt so uncommonly fucking weird to me to say that. Like, it's like, no,
Yeah,
you're
well,
saying
this-
it wrong.
this
hear
host
somebody
body
just-
is Carrie.
Yeah.
I am dumb, but
Well, I'm darkening your Carrie.
on Darkening I am Carrie. That
so I listen to the shows there, and every time they say Carrie, like I'm finally not to the point where I'm okay with hearing it, and it doesn't like make me want to die inside. But if I try and say it, it comes out of my mouth. I'm just like, nope, that was bad. That was wrong.
the crow doesn't go to the Darkening.
See,
Crow stays here.
I kind of have the opposite effect.
The one and only Delphine.
I kind of have the opposite effect because I grew up knowing her as Carrie.
Right.
The host and I were good friends.
You know, I don't ever really say. I don't think I've ever once said my real name on air, but like I've still got a couple close friends that still call me Jesse or Josiah. Josiah is the full version of my first name. A couple, and it's weird because if we're at the haunt and they come and visit, they'll just say Raz, because if they go ask for my real name, no one in the building, even the owner who knows my real name, and a couple friends that I work up with up there that know my real name, they forget it. Everybody just forgets that I have a name that's not Raz all the time.
I
Josh
get
had no idea your name was Jesse.
Yeah, no one
And
uses it.
then,
No one in my family uses it.
You sent Sophia the wonderful Lincoln book, and he's like, why the hell is just Jesse Gilbert sending my kid this? I'm like, it's Raz, and we asked.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Raz? Okay, we're good now.
and I get the feeling that the only person who would ever call you Josiah would be some guy who in a long coat and one of those big, Kane from Poltergeist showing up going, Josiah, I have found you.
It's weird though, because it's Jessiah, and that was my actual original legal birth name. And then my mom got such pushback from different religious sects of our family's very wide arrangement of religions, and apparently that was the name of the Antichrist for a lot of religions. So my mom freaked out and went back when I was still really young, and went back and changed all my documents and just shortened it to Jesse after that. I think my sister was for the longest time the only one that still used the long version. But I wish Reverend Kane would have shown up and used it in that voice.
Oh, it's a good thing I didn't use his original name, Lucifer.
His story is so sad because
Reverend Kane.
the actor.
Oh oh my god.
He was in his 60s. They didn't really use makeup on him because he had stomach cancer.
Yeah.
and he was dying, and that's what he looked like. And the girl who played Carol Ann, when she first saw him, she screamed and ran away because she was scared, and that was what he really was like. And he didn't make it to when they got it into theaters.
Yeah,
He made it through the filming, though. It was the last thing he ever filmed.
And then not a lot longer after that, Carol Ann died.
Yeah, the way I just recently saw his performance, and his desperation in his performance probably was the real thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it was.
It's haunting. Like you just see it, and like I don't think of him as a bad guy character at all. And I see it. It's just this performance that like profoundly made Poltergeist 2 for me. Like it made the whole movie for me.
I have shivers going up because that one just terrified me. It did. His appearance was, and it makes more sense even now that when we're older and we know about that. Because back in the day, you didn't know that was why. No. It was pre-internet, so nobody knew. And then you go, oh wow, it's because you're watching somebody who really is dying and trying to get through the chute.
Yeah.
Well, that entire movie, like, seemed to be cursed to begin with.
It really was.
Yeah, when they went ahead and used real corpses in the swimming pool, and
right,
that was
and actors started dying mysteriously.
Fun fact: none of those bodies were real. That's an urban legend.
Really?
Seriously,
it's one of the biggest urban legends in film.
Okay, because I've found it in a lot of places, and that's why I assumed I have sightings for here, and here.
If you ever get a chance to do like a free month subscription or whatever to Shudder, they actually have this series called Cursed Films, and they go and dissect all these movies. And they talk about all the legends and the myths. They tell you which things are true and which aren't. And they have one specifically on Poltergeist where they talk about how no actual bodies. Someone had started that rumor. Because the whole act of breaking ground somewhere and finding bodies because someone didn't move the bodies for a cemetery, that's all over our country. That's
in the hotel that I stayed in for Terrificon.
Yes. So
you looked out the window and
saw. Such a common practice that people didn't realize it was a common practice. I guess not enough people realized that across America. So someone on set started a rumor that some of the bodies were real, and it just became a thing to the public. And now to this day, everybody swears they were real, and so did I. I believed it too, and just till a couple of years ago, until I watched that, and I was like, "Oh, well."
Okay, so because I was citing sources that were like from the crew, so
yeah,
so you assume
so randomly, like by the crew, that
Nasty slasher, ruining your childhood. For a long time.
I was like, both like, okay, I feel better about these movies now, knowing that there weren't real bodies, but I'm also sad because that was such like. That was like a 38-year urban legend built up in my mind up until that. Well, I guess not 38 full years, but like 30 some odd years, like built up for me, like thinking that was the case. But then you've got people that legitimately did. The Wizard of Gore himself used live bodies, and he would get sign-offs from people's families to use real corpses in his movies. And that was kind of a weird common practice in some areas in horror. Before that, like I'm talking like back in the 50s and 60s. So that had already been a no-no, and it had been stopped way before then. Which I think is why it was so shocking and why it was so easy for people to believe for so long.
It was. I'm not going to look because you guys can answer it faster than I can type it. Was it the latest Haunting of Hill House? Not the Netflix one, but the one with Famke Johansson.
Jean Grey.
Yeah. Was that the Hill House? I can't remember if it was House on Haunted Hill or the Haunting of Hill House. I get those. Okay.
House on Haunted Hill, yeah.
When they used that, the things in the basement were real, though. Those were bodies that were on loan to them from Gunther von Hagen's Body Worlds exhibit. Yes. They had the knight riding his horse and a couple of other ones of those. And it was like they were going to try to take the time to remake them. And like they were going there and studying them. They were like, can we just... make sure that nobody touches them, put them in display cases, and actually just put them in the movie. We'll film those scenes and get them back to you. Bam. And so those are actually real boys and girls.
Those are, yeah. And that was pretty cool. For what I've heard about it, I haven't been able to vet like a number of this information. From my understanding of it, is that they made a sizable donation in order to have that happen. I guess that helped fund a lot of stuff that they were doing. So like it seemed like a really good hand-in-hand sort of situation.
Oh,
yeah, it's crazy, man.
The books behind me, I have Books of Blood, Volume 2 and 3. Sorry, this is somebody just asked me what Barker I have behind me. Then we have Jonathan Lethem, Gun with Occasional Music. Terry Pratchett, Blank Screen, Everville by Barker. Great and Secret Show by Barker. Visions from Brightchester by Ramsey Campbell. Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. Morlar from the Mythos. Morlar from the Mythos 2. Same again, as well as my fake four book up there. Legion by William Peter Blatty. By Barker, The Damnation Game. Complete Tales of Edgar Allan Poe. This is a literature thing with a bunch of Alice in Wonderland stuff combined in it. Neil Gaiman's Trigger Warning and Neil Gaiman's Angels and Visitations. So
We should read Barker.
Yeah.
you should read
Always.
Barker. Barker is amazing. And if you
Cabal is my
into
favorite
comic-
book ever written.
yeah, if you're into comic books, go and look at Clive Barker's Hellraiser. Look at D.G. Chichester, who we are going to have on the show sometime here in the future.
Mhm.
Wrote with Barker, and he edited the ones. He wrote some of them, and also did the major editing for a bunch of the Hellraiser comic book series that they did. And some of those follow like the movies and stuff.
Yep. And there's the
and these
Nightbreed
are-
crossover.
There's a Nightbreed crossover
Mhm.
called Jihad,
Okay.
which I'm actually going to have him on. He's going to be on Splash Pages coming up in October, and we're going to be going over that crossover. It's Hellraiser, Nightbreed, Jihad, and
It's
so you actually
amazing.
have because that going into this real quick since we talk about Barker. The
Rough.
the idea behind Hellraiser is that they have Leviathan, who is all into order. So everything that the Cenobites do is to maintain a specific level of order. Yes, there's pain and suffering and pleasure beyond belief and stuff, but all of that falls within the realms of order. And Cabal and the rest of the Nightbreed are monsters living on Earth, and they follow. It's Baphomet in the.
Hmm?
No, it's not Is it?
No, it's
Okay,
Baphomet.
yeah, it's Baphomet.
Baphomet and
it's
the Tribes
Baphomet.
of the Moon.
And they are all about chaos. So there's this huge controversy going between because one of the Cenobites in Leviathan's realm is like, let's take out all of the Nightbreed, and so there's this great going. It's just beautiful, and weird bedfellows are had because there's a lot of infighting on who's really right and who's wrong, and some of them okay,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
all
think you
very
should
religious.
kill all of us, but yeah, it is, and that's something else with a lot of Clive Barker's. Everybody thinks it's horror, and some of it is straight up horror, but a lot of his stuff is really philosophical or more mythological. I think it's more dark fantasy or dark religious kind of stuff than it is horror, and that's a lot of authors. People back in the day, there wasn't like dark fiction wasn't a category so much.
Yeah.
It was all just anything that's dark gets called horror.
Now we
That's
call
how
it
we market
literary
it.
fiction. His
Or
stuff is now
urban
literary
fantasy,
fiction. Yeah.
I don't know, dark fantasy.
And the crazy
But-
thing is, I'm not gonna take my shirt off, but I've got the actual full scale, Pandemonium construct over my heart. The reason why I put it over my heart specifically was because like Hellraiser was one of these things that was taboo when I was a kid. Like it had nudity, you can't watch this. And my mom was eventually like, but it's got a beautiful story, so you're gonna watch it. So we sit down and we watch it, and I had all these questions. And again, I come from this very varying religious background. I'm like all over the spectrum. And so that was the way that I started learning more about religion, and I got into a lot of things. And I read a lot of Clive Barker interviews when I was young. I read Hellbound Heart. I read Cabal, which is my favorite book of all time. And I started reading all these things. So when the only time I've ever gotten to meet him, I got to ask him questions. And one of the biggest things that I learned that kind of shocked me the most that I took with me, it was the concept that the Christian God, when he was on his quest to create angels, were creating these different things to try to see what would work, what would happen. And the concept was one of the first things that he incidentally created was a Cenobite that had no life force, had no way to be in existence on its own without the life force. That one day woke up, that one day developed its own consciousness. The problem was it was too militant for heaven. It went a little too far, and it was cast to hell. And in hell, it did too good of a job. And so then it was cast out into Nod, where everything gets cast out in the Bible, and then formed Leviathan. And that was the original version of the first Cenobite. I mean, the first Cenobite that acted on man was Agonistes, who was made out of Judas. and then everything kind of explodes outward from there. And that blew my mind so profoundly. And I don't know if that was his original intended lore or if that was a project he was just maybe had in the works at the time. I didn't get to ask enough questions to know for sure. Like, him telling me all this was just, it explained a lot to me, about a lot of different things. And then with Nightbreed, they embody chaos, but I've always had the vibe that it's not themselves that embody the chaos, it's the world around them that's the chaos. Because in Cabal and Nightbreed, mankind are the monsters, clearly.
Mhm.
There is a clear line that mankind is the evil in those books. And you see a
Dr.
little
Decker.
bit of that. Dr. Decker is one of my favorite characters of all time. If you have WWE 2K23, you can download Dr. Decker because me and Matt made him on there. And he's
Okay.
fantastic. Because you can upload stuff. But like, his character was great. But like, the monsters were actually mostly decent people that just wanted to be left the fuck alone. What's up, man?
Well, I just wanted to interject. Myself, I'm a guy who read a lot of like horror and supernatural adjacent things as a kid growing up, although more kid fare. Cut my teeth on Stephen King at the age of 13. My first book actually was, incidentally, Cujo. I did a book report on it, and it's my junior high English teacher, Mr. Wilberding, was the one that got me turned on to Stephen King, because he would have classes there, and he would like describe the plot, like the intricate plot to it. And I'm like, there's a giant spider that just, I'm like, I need to read this book.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And then I did, and I went, there's this one part that maybe...
Maybe you should read.
Anyway.
Maybe you should have taken less lines at that moment.
I got weirdly tricked into King, like, because I read like Christopher Pike, like that kind of stuff, like growing up, like, and then my mom's like, so I wrote with this very specific type of black pencil when I was a little kid. When I would do all my writing, my short stories, it was the big, stupid, not graph paper, but like the weirdly lined paper we got in like elementary school by like the sheaths. They would just hand you like tons of it, and those black pencils. And I had, even back then, I had an issue where I have a deviated septum, but it's so bad that my cartilage was pushing against my brain. So I'd have these moments where I'd hear this really loud, high-pitched sound in my head. And the headache would get so bad that I would just shake like for an hour. And my mom's like, I read this book recently, and there's this little kid in it that's just like you, and it's horror, and I think you'll love it. That fucking book was Dark Half, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is still my favorite Stephen King book. So my mom tricked me kind of into reading King and going up to the adult level on that one. And that's the book she gave me with the dictionary that I always talk about.
That was a really good book.
I haven't read that one. I don't. Maybe.
But what I was getting at here was, it takes a lot to really freak me out. And Clive Barker is one of the very few authors that actually disturbs me on a certain level that is almost visceral and just in the psychological sense, because my first book that I read of his was after I graduated high school. I was I just picked up, just out of the blue, just a copy of The Damnation Game.
Oh,
and
that one's great.
And I read it and I went, what the hell did I just read?
I can see it.
I have scenes from that running constantly in my head. The dead guy going through and creating all of his little tableaus and stuff with like the person thinly slicing their own flesh to serve on a plate in front of them. And that actually has inspired me for some other things. That and Pig's Blood Blues is a short story in his Books of Blood. And In the Hills, in the Cities. In Pig's Blood Blues, guys, there's a very ferocious pig. I mean, that sounds stupid, but for those of you who didn't grow up on farms, pigs will eat you. Pigs will eat their own children. There's a reason that when a sow has children, they're put in a very narrow fenced area, and the piglets are on the other side because she will eat them or squish them laying down.
Yeah.
So they put them over there so that she can lay on the side so they can nurse. But it also is to protect the piglets because, and so that's why it was a big deal. I've mentioned this before. When Dorothy falls into the pig pen in the very beginning of The Wizard of Oz, people are like, why is everybody freaking out? And it's like, because if those pigs would have gotten to her, it would be really bad. Like she could have died. And for most people, it's just like, well, that was a really weird scene to dwell on. You know,
we have all the reality shows now about the wild hog problem in America, and that's a real fucking thing. Like people don't get that. They're fucking.
So, pro tip, everybody: if you have a body that you need to get rid of, find a hog farm. Problem solved.
You will have to get the teeth and grind and powder them yourself, though. After.
True.
You know, the teeth, fingernails, and there's a couple other little, some other skeletal fragments that they can't digest.
The teeth will go well with a love potion, I hear.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just grind that shit down, man. Sprinkle it in.
Okay. Where's the more you know thing?
There we go.
There you go. And knowing
if you really want to find a body and you want to do it right, here's what you do. So a lot of people think you got to chop them up. Don't do that. That's too much shit to hide. What you're going to do is you're going to use the Geen method. You're going to hang them up by their ankles. You're going to make incisions right here, both sides, there, and you're going to drain it. You're going to hang them until they're completely drained of everything. Then what you're going to do is you're going to take a very light layer of baby powder on the whole body, just a light layer, and then you're going to use about a ½ inch of polyurethane covering. Then you put them in a haunted attraction. I promise you, you will not see the difference between the Halloween props and a body treated in this manner. They look exactly the same, and then it's because of the baby powder. It gives it that fakish look. Then you put the polyurethane on it, and it looks exactly the same.
I believe I've seen this episode of Bones.
But it will legitimately actually function, and the gases can't release, so the decay won't happen because you've got everything sealed up like weird, like mummification. Except for it's crazy how it works, man.
I had really long conversations with people trying to figure out, because I've seen things that are really awesome. Like they use epoxy to preserve like dead animals, and also for medical school classes, they'll use organs and stuff. They'll put layers of them or the entire organ in epoxy. And I was always like, okay, so if you took, though, an entire human and just kind of Han Solo'd them in epoxy, would they eventually rot inside of it? Would you have this like epoxy full of goo that used to be a human after a while? Or would it actually seal it off well enough if it was completely encased, like a foot around, could you see through it if you get it? I mean, you can't layer it that much there. You have to.
You only actually need about a ½ inch of polyurethane, to be completely honest with you, because it's, again, it takes a little bit. You have to make sure it's even because you've got to seal the pores. You've got to seal everything. But as long as no gases of any kind can actually get in or escape, it never even liquefies. It literally preserves.
My thing is, for a while, back when I was younger and in better shape, and now I'm like, okay, so slip the coroner like a couple $100, get him to like get rid of any extra fat, they can just throw that away. I don't need it. Yeah. Kind of shove the top up a bit, slim the middle down a bit, put me in something, put a lot of starch on it, get my hair nice and curly, cover that with Aquanet orange so that it doesn't move, and then slowly put a couple layers on, and then just put me in epoxy and let me hang out in the house somewhere, like looking hot and gothy, and just like walk around. People be like, that's fucking freaky. What is it? And you can be like, oh, that's Aunt Carrie.
Yeah.
Del.
I would love that. I told Fred today at the haunt, I was like, hey, man, you got to keep the business open because when I die, I'm going to get preserved, and you guys are going to put me in a glass casket in the queue line. He looks at me, no thought. He's like, no, I've already planned what's going to happen to your body, man. And he goes into this long story about how he's got this thing prepared specifically for me. There's this item in the freak show that he's going to encase me in, and he's just going to take me to the water and sail me right out into the river. And I'm just going to live in the river. And he had this whole story, and everybody just stops and looks at him. And Keisha's like, do you have all of our deaths planned this way? He's like, no, just Raz's. And he walks away, and I'm like, yes, I feel so like content now that someone's thinking about my body aftercare.
Tom, whoever else is watching, maybe Josh, how do you guys want to die? Or, well, not how do you want to die? How do you want to be, how do you want to end after your death? Do you want to be cremated? Do you want something like a sky burial or a Viking funeral? Or do you want to suddenly be coated in epoxy? I was going to do body worlds because I have a huge amount of brain damage from the head injury I had, which is why I have seizures. And I thought that it would be really fun to have my brain outside of my head and like spiral cut and then like fanned out, so you could see like where the damage is in it and stuff. I think that would be fun.
Well,
I want to be cremated and put in Hello Kitty jars.
Plural.
And, yeah, plural. I want each of my kids to have a jar of me, just for the hell of it. They can take me on weird cruises or whatever. But the thing, okay, this undertaker was not able to get the decedent in the cremator. And so he just decided to start chopping her up.
The fuck, man?
I mean, that's a horror story.
That's an actual. That's one of the 2 real life horror stories. The other one that happened with my aunt in Georgia. He couldn't keep up. He was hiding the bodies in weird places. The fact that actually happened to us. Those are like the 2 weirdest. Yeah. And one more thing on the earlier thing when we were talking about eating grandpa. That is an actual real thing that happens in tribes in other countries in order to honor. And I just thought that was one of the coolest things I ever heard in Caitlin Doherty's book.
Yeah. I always hope that someone will crush up my lungs and smoke them, because I'm sure there's enough drugs just fused to the inside of my lungs that someone can just have a really good time for the rest of their life.
Well, Carrie just gave me an idea.
Why not?
But the one thing they have to worry about is kuru, which is a disease when you eat bad people flesh.
Yeah.
Cannibals are susceptible to kuru, and it's so weird.
It's the equivalent of mad cow disease almost for humans. Like it's a version of a prion disease. But do you know that some of us have evolved and have a specific gene that lets us to devour all human flesh?
Well, Carrie gave me an idea.
Yeah, it's seen as a form of human evolution.
Carrie gave me an idea here. See, you said what I want now, and I'm going to write it in as soon as this is over. But I've taken like decades thinking about what my funeral is going to be. So, what we're going to do now, we're going to keep everything else, but take my fat out, and then render it and turn it into soap and pass it out at the funeral itself. Little mementos.
It's fair.
See, I would just donate it to a local comic convention. Make sure they're washing. You got to do that.
I mean,
who was it into deodorant?
Who was it that had their ashes mixed in with the ink that was used on a comic book?
Oh, I heard about that, but I can't remember who it was now.
Okay.
I'm looking it up real quick because I know this story.
Yeah.
It was a Marvel comic. I remember that, and I think it was.
It's Mark Grunwald.
Yeah, wrote it with ink and made it into a comic book.
Yeah, he was a Marvel Comics editor.
All right, that is
1997. Yeah.
Yeah, way back in the day. Mm-hmm. It was used to print the 12-part comic series Squadron Supreme as a single volume. It's a 100-page bookstore. It's a 100-page book, which reveals in the foreword the mixture remains in ink and flies into bookstores back in 1997.
That was the thing. So, if you had that too, that was like such a big thing that everyone wanted to have.
I have some rock and roll-ish type company that keeps sending me stuff on Facebook ads, and there's this one author and artist, and she kind of does like weird, sketchy writing and bizarre images and stuff, and she donates blood to them to mix in with the ink for her books to be put out every time she writes a new book, so that you have her blood in the book, which having my voodoo loa and some other things to me is a very terrible idea if you're still alive to be sending your blood out to a bunch of people who are into really horrific shit, because I don't know.
I actually know someone
you
that
don't
does.
you don't give people your blood.
That's someone that does the blood paintings and blood art, and she uses her own, and people can donate to her. But she had a problem with like addiction and a lot of stuff in her life, and it was kind of her way of like getting her blood clean to get like to be clean again. Was to just it started as like a hobby, and now like I just found out today she announced that she's opening her first like actual oddity shop because she got into that then the oddities world. So now she's opening her first store. But her artwork, dude. And I've seen like a lot of blood artists, but there's just something like really personal about the way she does it and like meaningful. And like just and it is the most like detailed shit I've ever seen. She did a Leatherface one the other day with her own blood, and I saw it, and it was probably the most faithful rendering of the original Leatherface that I've ever seen anyone do with art in my life. And the fact that it was just blood on top of it was like she'll do family portraits, she'll do horror stuff, she'll just do regular art, but it's the process, like learning how it's done, like how they actually turn it like into the paint, just everything is just. It's one of probably the most fascinating things that I've ever learned about, and that was just someone I randomly got connected to on Facebook. Like I don't know them personally, but like it's someone whose like journey I've been watching for like years now.
That is
one of my friends who I'm not going to divulge the name. He tends to get a lot of stalkers. He's a good looking guy. He's really personable. Well, okay, if he's really personable, if he likes you, is kind of the thing. He has had a gal who approached him, wanted to start a relationship with him or something. He was just like, maybe not so much. But she kept after him, and she was mailing him artwork, and she you had seen, okay, showed up today and calls him to see what he thinks about it. And he's like, it's, and she's like, I used my menstrual blood to paint it. And so
oh wow.
She has become known as the painter in our lexicon of various people who have stalked my friend. And he was just like, I don't want your menstrual blood. Don't send it to me in any form. I don't care if you made it into art. That's just weird.
Yeah.
That I didn't ask for this,
So Josh
Right.
hadn't been driving long, and he accidentally turned too tight and got into a wreck. And Martha was in the van next to him, and they had checked out Salem's Lot from the local library, and he'd bled on it. So since it had his blood on it, they kept it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And now I get to have a copy, so I have his Horcrux now.
That's awesome, dude. That is so awesome. I think the haunt has so much of all of our blood, like literally. Fred, every year we open, injures himself to the point where it stitches. Like he'll just get up and run because Fred is like really stupid tall. So sometimes he'll just jump up and run somewhere to do something real quick. One year in front of the fire department, because they're doing our fire inspection, he busted his head open so bad that they almost called the EMTs. Of course, we were there. We helped clean it up and like liquid stitched it. But like that man and a bunch of us, just stupid little accidents. Like we fall downstairs all the time. We get cut like bad like cuts, and we're just half ripped open. But a customer shows up and we're like, it's right back into it. And it's so weird to see all the different spots. Like, yeah, that's not fake blood stain. That's mine, or that's his, or that's so and so's. Like every section of the hunt has some kind of blood stain. It's not fake blood.
I'm gonna need to buy more of this soon. I'm running out of my I just broke another fucking toe tape that I keep right over here on my table because I break my fucking toes all the time. And when I was still employed as a line cook, liquid stitches are your favorite thing in the world because stitches suck, but just putting it's basically super glue with a little bit of clove oil in it to help with. Cloves are good for infection and stuff. They keep it away. So I went through bottles of that shit, man.
Yeah.
Do you get any comfrey oil?
No, I do not. But I keep I have medical grade myrrh and other things for feeling weird shit. That I get the occasional bloody nose just on one side. Don't know why, but it's like take a little bit of myrrh and a Q-tip and you're good. It'll fix it up. Sounds weird. I mean, wait till you're done bleeding, obviously. But
because Cassie will have bloody nose on this side. On this side is so stuffed up, she's having trouble getting it running. No, that's just normal for this household.
yeah, and you're trying to blow the side that's stuffed up, and then you're just like exploding blood out the other. So, yeah, myrrh. Good for that, by the way.
I also
Just so you know.
Thank you.
Any kind of like poisonous things, like poisonous thorns and things like that, certain spider bites, you can also use myrrh because it'll kind of like bring it all like the poison like up to the surface. So I've used it for we get brown recluse spiders by the shit ton here in Ohio. So like, and they bite and they inject the poison that just rots your flesh. So a lot of the doctors will just be like, okay, well, we can give you all this meds, but it might scar. But if you use, we learned very, very early on that if you use myrrh oil, like as an ointment, you make an ointment out of it, it'll actually bring a lot of it out. So you can solve the problem along with the antibiotic to not scar from the necrosis.
That is like, wow.
And I think we were talking about the whole like end of life plan. Like that's my end of life plan. Before they seal me up and everything, I really want a Weekend at Bernie's situation. Like I've wanted this since the movie came out when I was a kid. And me and Michelle got into an argument about this the other day where she's telling me it's not legal. So I've looked this up numerous times. It is not legal to do a Weekend at Bernie's situation to someone that you don't know who is not signed off on this. You can get a muted 1-year sentence for egregious disrespect of a human corpse. That's it. That's the charge. It's 1 year. But no one actually really makes you serve the sentence, it seems like. But if someone actually legally signs the document, you can technically, in most states, still get away with it as long as like there is knowledge, there's legal documentation saying, hey, this is what I want. But it is only permitted for 24 hours. I'm not sure why exactly, but yeah, it's only permitted for 24 hours with legal documentation. But I just want 24 hours of people just pupping me around town, you know? Sounds like fun.
There was one point. I'm sorry. Well,
no.
I was going to say that there was one point when I was working at Jimmy John's as a delivery driver, when I was stationed at an Omaha store. One particular customer that I delivered to a couple of times, he broke his neck some time ago, and he was homebound in a wheelchair, could barely move his other extremities, and I would show up and he would have me sit down, put down his, open up the sandwich for him, open up the chips and everything. But he was one of those, I'm very bitter about my situation and I'm going to yell at you about something, I don't care what.
Yeah.
And one of those people. And the second time I delivered something to him, I came very, very close to going, I can make your pain go away in one swoop if you want. But
I want somebody to do that for me.
Then on the drive back to the store, I was thinking, if I'm ever in that situation, if I ever become that kind of bitter, I'm going to have my closest friends, and they will do it, fly me over to Germany and have me at the Wacken Open Air Festival. Have everybody have me crowd surf in my wheelchair, just
fuck yeah, dude.
I'm immobile, but I'm enjoying myself.
Do you want to be a prop on a guar stage?
Something like that. Yeah, they can actually chop my head off. But
that would be excellent.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate way to go. But, saving that, after that, I would have them mercifully put me out of my misery and then cremate me and scatter my remains on the wagon.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, that sounds like a beautiful. That's like the equivalent of a modern day warrior's death, in my opinion. Like if you really stop and think about like that one last day to like really live.
Right.
That's beautiful, man. I like that.
It shows how many black metal bands are going to be there. I'm hitting those stages.
Hell yeah.
I was just going to walk out in the desert with a sign that says, leave me, please, until everything is,
I was going to stroll into the Canadian, wilds and just become the next, urban, legend, crypto something or other.
I would sign my suicide note with smiley faces Little hearts over the eyes. Please excuse all the blood. Little reference
Yeah.
to the vocalist dead for Mayhem.
Another thing I wanted to talk about today that's really been just bugging the shit out of me, and it's kind of what Pat had said before, especially, when we used to call it buddy chat, we used to have like real conversations. We've done a lot of that today, which I love. I miss like
I was going to say
we've got a little bit more silly or just random topics, which is great. That's a part of
Right.
what we're doing here, but like we've eschewed a lot of the buddy chat part of it until today, and I'm loving this. I want to talk about ignorance for a second. If you're the kind of person that always has to have a villain in your life, you might be the villain. You may actually be the villain. And I'm seeing this a lot lately. Like, I get this in my work life to a degree in different ways. In the hunt industry, I've got a couple people that it just seems like they're out to fuck over other people, but there's just something about me they don't like. And so they do terrible things to people. But they say, oh, it's because I don't like rats that I'm doing these things to you. And it's like, well, if you don't like me, man, just, I don't know, come talk to me. I'm a cool guy. Like, I'll sit down, we'll smoke some weed, we'll talk it out. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. If you're wrong, hopefully you're adult enough to apologize. But I'm just that way. I don't carry this shit.
In 90% of those instances, unless it's somebody that you have to deal with, like on a work level or something like that, you can just not interact with that person.
That's what I choose to do.
And not to have them in your life, so you don't have to complain about them.
Right.
I mean, I hold grudges like nobody's business, but I don't bring up the people. I hate them and I leave them over there, and I don't keep them around so that I don't have to deal with them.
And with me, I was taught not to hate as a kid. Like, that was something my mother was adamant about. It's the best lesson that I learned from a family member ever. And my grandma also was part of this, or my granny. And it was, don't hate people, man, because when you hate people, you're investing the same amount of energy into the people you love, which means you're taking away your own life experiences that you could be out having. You're taking away the energy you could be putting into people that care about you to just hate someone and spend time thinking about them. So instead, feel sorry for them for what they've lost in you and move on. Let them be the ghost for them in their life. Haunt their life without you being a part of it. Let them make it a big deal and make it a problem and let them suffer. Because that's the best thing you can ever do to them, is let them know that you don't give a shit. And I think the worst problem for me lately is probably, and this has been a thing in the podcasting world, we get a lot of that, for a little while now. But again, if you've got to blame everything you're doing, your mistakes, your everything on one or two people, and you've got a pattern in your life of always having to have, oh, I did these things, I did bad things because this person made me. Unless someone is putting a gun to your head and forcing you to do a terrible thing, that's no one's problem or fault. You are choosing to willingly do that terrible thing, to say terrible things, to do terrible actions, and that's on you. So yeah, if you need villains, it's probably because you're the villain. And that's been bubbling up on me for a good couple months now in a lot of different areas of life. And I'm just finally to that point where stand professional about everything. I will not name names. I will never, ever do that, not even in private. You can ask me in private. I'm still not going to tell you because that's where I'm at with it. But I'm in the no more of this sort of phase right now where if it continues, then I may not be so professional. Like, I'm on that, that cusp where I'm still trying really hard to do the right thing, but when you see people so adamantly not trying at all to do the right thing, you have to ask yourself, what is this energy I'm putting into this for?
How did I become the center of this person's universe for some reason that I wasn't trying to do?
Or that you knew for such a brief amount of time.
Yeah.
Or it was a simple misunderstanding, or, or all kinds of different things. It's fucking baffling because here I am on the spectrum, with borderline personality disorder, and I don't understand human interactions and emotions most of the times. You guys know that. Anyone that meets me knows that. So it's a struggle already for me to understand why it exists, and then to be the center of it is even weirder to me because I don't give a fuck. I don't. I know you want me to, but you're just irritating me. Like, it's noise.
As he met Keith Giffen kind of the other night, very much. This man, if you guys want to
I love
watch
this
one of the
guy.
most entertaining interviews ever, go over to the Dorkening, go to Splash Pages, check out not last week but the week before's interview with Keith Giffen, and the man is amazing.
Mhm.
He brought us. The reason that they'd gotten him on at the particular point in time is because he's one of the people who brought about. He created Jaime Reyes' version of the Blue Beetle, and the movie just came out. And he also created Lobo and Rocket Raccoon and a couple other of our beloved
Stuff for
superheroes,
He-Man.
Ambush Bug and stuff. Yeah, and he did storyboarding for Ed, Ed and Eddie and the Real Ghostbusters when he took a break from comics. But that man, it was just like it was beautiful. Like, what do you think of the new Blue Beetle movie? Well, they took out some characters, so I'm not going to go fucking watch it. Okay, were you invited to go? Were you going to go to the premiere? They invited me to it. I don't want to go. Why the hell would I want to go all the way out there to watch a goddamn movie with people that I don't like because they changed the comic and made me hate what was happening to it? And I'm not going to go.
This was like seeing like the future version of me. Like it was so good. It was so weird.
Did you enjoy your time doing this? I don't even remember doing that. What are you talking?
It was a paycheck.
He was beautiful. It was really an entertaining. And then he'd put in just occasionally things like, "Hey Tom,
hey man,
how's it going?
Glad you're here, man."
Let me finish this real quick, and I will do an introduction again with Tom Dog. But yeah, he did end up going to the show. By the way, he mentioned that later. But
Nice.
he just did not care about anything going on, and he gave his straight up honest opinion. But then he would say, like, but if you're gonna ask me, like, who I dislike the most as far as like doing this or this with them in the industry, I'm not gonna say anything like that. I'm not gonna tell stories like that. And like, that's not what the Dorkening is about in any case. So they wouldn't have asked him that to begin with. But it was like, basically, Keith, haven't you just said that you pretty much hate almost everyone that didn't work directly with you? Like,
he was just like, yeah.
Like everybody else that was around, you were just kind of like, fuck them, fuck this, fuck that, fuck everybody. It's a great interview, though. But hey, Tom Dog, welcome to the padded cell.
How's it going, man?
Hey. Oh, hang on 1 second.
You're good.
All
Take
right.
your time, man. It's a crazy show for crazy people. We're all good.
In my instance, I cannot tell if I was the problem or if they were the problem. So I just got rid of me. And that's been a lot more peaceful.
And sometimes that's your best option, because if you're just not sure and you remove yourself from the equation, you get that time to stop and think,
1 second.
to revisit things, to see things for how they are without the emotion, without the bullshit. And then if you come to the conclusion that my life is better for having removed myself from this situation, that doesn't mean that they're bad or you're bad. That just means that sometimes people, friendships, relationships, sometimes people just don't work out and they just bring out the worst in people. And that's all it is. No one's wrong. It just happens.
Sometimes it just doesn't mesh, Yeah. Peanut butter and chocolate, yay. Vinegar and chocolate, not so much. Vinegar and oil, you just don't mesh.
And sometimes it starts out amazing, and then
you complement each other well, but you don't.
Yeah.
Sweet chocolate, sauerkraut.
I might try that if I'm high enough, because I love sauerkraut a lot.
And chocolate.
I kind of like chocolate.
You have to have dark chocolate, I think, to
Ooh,
go with
God,
sauerkraut.
no.
No.
You don't
I can't do dark chocolate. I'm the only one here that doesn't like dark chocolate.
Hello, I don't like it.
I mean, at home, sorry. Yeah, at home, I'm the only one that I don't like dark chocolate. I don't like white chocolate. I only eat milk chocolate.
Thank you.
When I even eat chocolate.
And being diabetic, people think, here's some dark chocolate. It's good for you. And then I have to go, I don't have any enemies, but you're coming close.
there is still sugar. Guys.
A little bit. But it's just, the way I look at it, I don't consider anybody an enemy. I know of people who think that I am their enemy, but that's on them.
I found out I have 2 arch nemesis within this last week or two. I didn't know I could have arch nemesis. I didn't know I was the kind of person that breeded so much anger in people that someone could spend that much time. And I'm honored on one hand that they're thinking of me so fucking frequently, but on the other, I'm really sad for them, because how miserable is their life that I am their focus? Like, I just want to cuddle with them. Like, I want to spoon them for a minute and be like, it's okay, in their ear, It's,
now, would you say you have your own Dr. Loomis?
I don't think. I mean, I think one person thinks that's the case. I think one of these people. I think one of them truly thinks that that's the case.
I'm gonna send you. There's a Harry Potter fan fiction.
Here, I'm gonna come right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's logging out and logging back in sometimes works. By the way, I broke the cork, guys, so I have to drink the whole bottle of wine because it's the only stopper that I have.
That's the only logical conclusion here. You got to drink the whole bottle.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's wine abuse. Everybody knows this.
Solution to a bottle of wine.
But
and as for the people I left, may they be blessed.
Yeah.
So that the Harry Potter fanfic I want to send you, and yes, I'm going to find it and send it to you, has a thing, and it's like tradition to ride the Hogwarts Express for, they're trying to explain why they still do it when it would be easier for people who lived in Scotland instead of having to drive down to London and then ship their kids off to Scotland. Why they still do it. And it's because you're supposed to find your best friends and your arch nemesis on your first trip on the Hogwarts Express. And I think it's Justin Finch Fletchley who tries really, really hard. He thinks that because he rode the express with Harry and said some smart aleck response to him, that he is then allowed to be his arch nemesis. And so he keeps following him around the halls and trying to stage fights with him, but he doesn't really know what he's doing. He doesn't have the gusto of Draco Malfoy through the books and stuff to actually, and Draco, honestly, we all know we love him. Well, some of us do. But he can at least kind of stick it. But then he's always like, wait till my father hears about this. But in the books, Justin doesn't even have it. He's like, Potter, you're a jerk. And he's like, who are you? I'm your arch nemesis. Who are you? Yeah. And it's just this great thing. And he's like, pull him aside. Look, I don't even know your name. We can't be arch nemesis. I don't have anything out to go against you, other than the fact that you keep following me around the hall. I'll prove myself to be your arch. So he makes his goal to be a better wizard and stuff so that he can become worthy of being the arch nemesis of Harry Potter. And it's just, it's stupid and fun. Weird
because the guy that thinks he's truly my biggest arch nemesis of all time, this is a dude who I put up for a promotion in one of my jobs recently, who I believed in and thought was such this cool guy who I would seek out to smoke with in person frequently. And so one day, all of a sudden, I come in and I hear all these things about myself, and I'm like, I don't even know who you're referring to because I didn't do or say any of this. And then every week, I'm hearing this new thing that I've gone on some crusade about and said or done. And I'm like, the only people I talk to for the most part is management or the freak show at the haunt, you guys, and the people I live with. That's it. I literally don't speak to other human beings, even when I should. I just don't. So I have no idea how I even have the time to go on these crusades all over fucking town. I want to know what adventures I'm living. The rare moments I'm sleeping, I guess I'm just actually sleepwalking and going adventures over town and just doing crazy shit.
You're messing with him in his dreams. You're going all Freddy, and apparently you need to stop.
Apparently, I'm a problem, guys. I'm a problem.
You ever have a significant other just wake up and go, "You dick"?
There we go.
And you're like, "What?"
I'm back.
Yeah.
There we go.
I just had a dream about you. You cheated on me in my dream, so fuck you.
Whoa! Where am I? But no.
I've done that to people before. I've been like, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you today because I'm really mad at you for something that your dream self did. Yeah. And I know that it wasn't you, but I'm still so pissed that I cannot rationally speak to you.
Uh-huh.
I'll do it to Josh, but he will have woke me up and told me something in his sleep that makes no sense. And then I'll do it, and then he'll be like, what did I do now? You woke me up to tell me nonsense.
Michelle, she hasn't done this in a while, but she would wake up and do crazy things in her sleep. One time, the first time we were living with our current roommate, she wakes up in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, wakes me up. I've got no idea what's going on, and she's pointing at the window. That's got an air conditioning unit in it, so you can't even see out of it. And she's just going, "He's got a gun! He's got a gun!" She jumps up in the bed and tries to just elbow drop me WWE style. So here I am, PTSD, waking up, not sure what's going on. She's coming down. I felt so bad because I just grabbed her and I flipped her into a wall. Like, cause there's like a space like that big between my side of the bed and the wall, and she went head first, and she woke up stuck upside down against the side of the bed.
Jeez.
She's like, "What just happened?" I'm like, "I'm pretty sure I just body slammed you off the side of the bed, and I don't know why." She's like, "But there was the guy with the gun." I'm like,
Wow.
"It's an air conditioning unit. Like, it doesn't have arms, man."
In 2001, I was sharing an apartment in Omaha with my friend Brian. And one night we were watching a DVD. I can't remember what the movie was. But what I remember was Brian was kind of asleep on the left seat on the other side of the apartment and on the other side of the living room. And I was on the main couch. And the movie had ended and it, scrolled through and it was back to the title page where it was kind of looping back and forth. And I was
Oh
too
my
exhausted
God.
to actually shut it off because it was like 2 a.m. And then, Brian's asleep. He's been asleep for about like 15, 20 minutes. And then he just jumps up and goes, "James, no, you'll lose the goblet." And then he just kind of stands up and goes, good night. And then walks into his room and goes to slam like, that just happened. And then the next morning, because I woke up, I always wake up before him. I was sitting on the couch watching whatever it was on TV. Brian wakes up and comes out of his room, and I go, "So, what were you dreaming about last night?" He goes, "Shush," and then never talked about it.
Sounds like
All right,
B-Red does this shit so much, man. Like, it used to be really bad in our last apartment, to where like she would just wake up and do weird shit, and like she'd sleepwalk a little bit, do really weird shit, and go back to bed and pass out, no memory. But one day, me and Matt were like, we decided that we were gonna fuck with her to see how long we get her to talk and do things, because it became a game to everybody in the house. You just fuck with the obviously asleep person. So she gets up. We're trying to make sure if she's actually awake or not, because sometimes she would tell you she was awake and she would seem like it, but then like 2 seconds later you would realize she definitely wasn't. So she gets up. She's like, "I'm starving." I'm like, "Are you awake right now?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm awake." And she like recites some of the things that we've done in the last couple minutes. So I'm like, okay, she's got to be awake. She goes in the kitchen. We hear the microwave come on. We hear some fiddling around. The microwave comes on. Like the fridge door closes, everything. And like, okay, she's cooking something. We're playing a game. We're just bullshitting, hanging out. And then she comes back. She lays down. She goes to sleep. Fuck. So I get up and I go in the kitchen. The microwave is just on. There's nothing in it. I don't know what she did. There's nothing in the microwave. And so I shut it off. I come sit down. She gets up and goes, "Why the fuck did you turn off the microwave? My food's in there." Like, she's mad about it. And I'm like, that's when I know she's asleep. And Matt's like, "Oh no, the microwave finished an hour ago and I ate your food." And she gets mad at Matt, like just kind of pissed at him. She goes right back to sleep. And she's waking up. Then she wakes up and starts screaming like, "How dare you play that game? That's our game. We play that together." It was a ROM it was Gladius from PlayStation 2, like an old ass game that she's never even seen before that we were playing. And then later on it happens again. She just wakes up and she starts to go to the front door. And I'm like, just walk up. I steer her away from the door. She goes to bed. She lays down. And Matt's like, "All right, we got to push this envelope." I'm like, "All right, what are we going to do?" He goes over and starts shaking the bed and going, "Fire, fire." And I'm like, "Yeah, there's a fire. Get the fuck
you guys
out."
are terrible.
She gets up and she starts panicking. She looks down at her socks and goes, "No, there's not." And goes back to sleep. And then she did not wake up in the next day. So apparently, as long as her socks aren't on fire, it's okay.
Who sleeps with their socks on?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so hey to Tom Dog. Welcome,
Hey, man.
everybody.
Hey.
We've had him on
Good to have
before.
you, man.
He's from over at Brill Pro. Has Channel X and some wrestling shows and stuff there. How you doing tonight, Tom?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
It's a rough day for me, but tonight has made it a lot better. I like having all you
Yeah.
guys to hang out with.
Our
And
padded Sylvan
There you
tonight.
go.
Tell me, Tom, have you ever been in a situation where someone unknowingly to you has made you the villain in your life and you can't figure out why?
I would have it was probably too long ago to remember.
But it's
Um,
happened, probably.
Yeah, I remember I was flying by myself, going to Florida because I was helping out my parents clean out some stuff when my when my grandmother passed away. They were living in this area in in there, in Florida. And on the flight, I was flying by myself, and I had to sit next to this kid. I was forced to sit next to this little kid, and he was just like, just like annoying enough where I was just like,
Right.
and I was like, it's like I need to have this window closed because I'm flying by myself and I'm not really comfortable with
Fuck
being
planes.
around anybody I don't know, and being on an airplane by myself and with nobody is like just I'm just gonna do that. It's like, well, could you please open up the window? It's like, no.
Fuck you, buddy.
So it's like, especially, and it's like, I'll tell you what. It's like when it takes off. It's like, listen, I'll take it off when it takes off and we're in the air. I'll open up the window and you can see it. You can just look at nothing.
Yeah.
So, and then when it landed, I said, oh great, look at this. It's like I was landing in Philadelphia because I had to take two separate planes, and so the fact that I didn't get any, there was like no snacks or anything like that, and it was just like it was horrible. It was a horrible flight. And then here I am going into to an airport where I'd never been before, and we're landing surrounded by water. So I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So I decided to mess around with this kid and say, hey, look, we're gonna be lying down in this. We're gonna be landing soon. I'm gonna leave the window. It's like, oh look, where's the runway? And I was like, so it's like I don't see no runway. All I see is I don't see the landing strip. All I see is like water and all over the thing. I think we're gonna land in the water. It was like, don't fool around with that. Nah, I think we are.
New segment of the show: being dicks to children.
Yes.
I'm sure I have many stories of that on purpose too.
So
yeah. I had my first flight solo last time, and that was terrible. But I did sit by some decent people at least.
That was extra terrible.
Raz was the hero. I got stuck in fucking Detroit, and Raz drove from Dayton to Detroit to Connecticut.
Technically, Michelle drove. I was the
Michelle drove. Yes, sorry, I get that.
That was a fun trip for us. Like, believe it or not, like it may have seemed like it was like an inconvenience. It wasn't. Like we enjoyed it. Like it was a good time to get out, kid free, to have some cool conversations and be on the road and see cool shit. Like we had a good time with it.
It left Jenny and myself.
Yeah, we did abandon you guys a little bit there.
Mad. It's just I realized I am so not good enough to be Del, but luckily nobody had a problem with that. I'm not that level.
I am a better host than letting other people talk.
Don't be Del. I'll be Del. You be you.
Yeah, but you're James and Jenny.
Hey,
like, you're you guys. None of this works if we're all the same person. Like, none of this works at all.
I'd spoken briefly on the way home on the there was like one good airplane out of all of there is like using airplanes from like the 70s. They were like squishy seats. They were all metal and stuff. And on the final leg of the journey, we flew out of Georgia, Atlanta, and to Omaha, and it was like the cushy seats, the air conditioning worked, everything was nice. And my thing on an airplane is I can fall asleep before we take off if I'm sitting with my mother. And I bring a little mask to cover my eyes, so I don't have to deal with anything. And I'd spoken briefly with the guy sitting with me, before we were getting ready to check off. And somehow we were coming back from doing a podcast thing at a con. And there was this itty bitty that was sitting there like she couldn't have been a year and a half because she'd started babbling but hadn't started speaking yet. And while we were in the airport, she had been crying almost the whole time. And it was like the parents had her and then two other little ones, that she was the itty bitty. And she started, when she got on the plane, she quit crying and started kind of babbling a little bit. And I immediately, take off, and it was like, good night. I'm out for the entire flight from Atlanta to Omaha. And when we're starting to land, I, wake up a little bit because the pilot's making all of his announcements. And the guy sitting next to me looks at me. He's like, you slept that whole way. and I am so jealous of you because that little girl has not shut up the entire time that we've been flying. I think she was auditioning for your podcast, and you slept through her the whole time. I was just like, it's what I do. And it's not like I hadn't been getting sleep there. I'm like a little kid. You put me in any kind of transportation, and I'm just out. Well, except for that little kid because she talked the whole time. But I go on a car ride with my mom sometimes, like an hour long, and I'll fall asleep sitting in the passenger seat because
I did an MRI the other day, and they're like, "We're so sorry. This is gonna be an hour. Your head, we're just doing your foot, so we don't have to put your head in it, but it's still gonna be so loud for you, and we can't do what we normally do, which is like try and play a radio station in the machine for you to kind of do anything because you're outside the machine, and we can't do that." And I'm like, "Oh, you got an extra pillow? Yeah, I'm not gonna take a nap." No, you're not. That's sir, you're not gonna watch me. I literally laid there like I was a corpse and took a nap the entire time.
Same.
I got done 45 minutes in, and she goes, "How?" I was like, "Listen, I've worked in the Honda industry for 29 years. I've toured with bands. I've been through every loud ass and weird situation you can imagine. I have learned to make everything around me white noise if I need to, and then I just tune it out and I go to sleep or I do what I need to do. But these sounds, no matter what they are, they don't stop me from just sleeping or living my life, man. They just don't."
I don't know what it was like in that hospital of yours, but when I was doing the MRI, they would always have the headphones that, there's no metal in there because you're with a giant magnet.
Yeah.
There, but it's kind of like it's piped in like those old-fashioned headphones they used to give you in the airplanes.
Yeah.
It was a pneumatic tube that it's playing through, kind of tinny. And they always ask me, "So what kind of music do you want to listen to?" It's going to be about an hour, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. And I'm like, "You got any metal?" And they went, "Sure, okay." And then Bon Jovi starts playing.
I'm going.
I like me some Bon Jovi, but that's decidedly not metal.
So I'm like, do you have any kettle decapitation or?
Yeah.
It's like I'll check the Pandora, but
I never got to listen to music. I've just always had the because they're doing my brain.
Dude, I used to sleep with a hairdryer for years. Like, literally, I would just turn the hairdryer on low, just the sound, and the proximity of the sound. And because I can't feel temperature at all, I found that if I hold a heat or a cold source to my skin long enough for a very long period, I can actually feel it. And so I got, and this is a very dangerous, don't do this, because like I could have started fire, all kinds of bad things could have happened. Thankfully, they didn't. I'm graduated to other situations now. But just for years, it was this comfort. It was the sound. It was eventually I would feel something. I did learn to get the hair dryers with the cold settings, though, after some mishaps and some burns of myself. That I also couldn't feel.
With space heaters. And,
I totally got some scars like from the burning because I didn't know that it was kind of melting my skin a little bit. I couldn't feel it until then I could and finally woke up. But like there was just that sound, that really loud sound. Like to this day, you could turn a vacuum cleaner on near me, and if I'm a little tired, I'll pass the fuck out. So when I heard that one in the background, like at first I thought it was a didgeridoo, then I realized it was a vacuum cleaner, and like as soon as you said a vacuum cleaner, then I could hear it, and like I'm over here going, trying to stay awake.
I couldn't hear it at first. I've slept through a SWAT team evacuating my building and then having like a 5-hour standoff with someone. Wow. And like I woke up the next day and everybody was like, "You weren't out the other day. Were you staying at your mom's or something?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Well, we had a SWAT team and they were up in the trees over here aiming at so-and-so in your building." And like the one guy's like, "They told me not to leave my apartment." And he lived in the apartment building across the way. We had this little like breezeway or whatever between us. And I don't know what you call it, but little walkway, and they're up a little bit. And he's like, they told me to stay in my apartment. So I jumped out the back window and got all these pictures on my cell phone. And he showed me there's like a full police force. There's dogs. There's everything.
Why
and I'm like,
sleeping?
Yeah, they were like, "What were you doing?" I'm like, "I just slept. I didn't even notice. I didn't know anything was going on." So I'm a hero. Oh,
we got Josh's answer.
Cremation or whatever.
Yeah, but that's a good call.
And hi. Yeah, that is a great way to start off the conversation. Cremation. Oh, hi. Yeah. Oh, we were all talking about this before, Tom. What are your? Do you have plans for when you go? Do you have any certain funeral type of things? Like, I know I'm one of those morbid people that have spent years thinking about it and what I'd like to have done at my final do you have anything special planned?
Uh,
Are you one of us that
Listen, we're
like,
old. We got to think about this
hyperdrives
shit.
it?
yeah, yeah.
There's
I'm,
going to be a
you know, to
candy
be
bar.
honest with you, I have a huge fear of death, and because every time on my birthday, every time on Christmas, around the house, when the new year comes up, it's like, all right, it's like, okay, here we go. But when I get older, it just comes about. So that's why, you know, when I was saying, on my post when I turned 45, I was saying I leveled up to 45 because
Yeah.
I try to distance myself away from, aging.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, I'm going to get older and everything like that. So, and yeah, I admit that I'm old and getting some grays on my chin and and what's left of my hair, and even like my legs are are starting to get the arthritis and all that.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh crap! And then I'm getting all these emails from
AARP.
oh, check your prostate and everything
yeah.
like that, and it's like one year they actually said, oh, you got to think about it's like you got to think about planning your funeral and everything like that. I'm like, dude, I'm not even dead. I was like, I'm not even 40 yet, and you're sending me emails about planning on my life insurance and thinking about what kind of casket I'm going to get when I'm dead. And I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like, let me try to celebrate my birthday without having to worry about
Let's
death.
talk about the life
everything.
portion of life and death for now. We'll save that.
It's like, happy birthday. Have you thought about this casket? And it's
Treat
like,
yourself for a
really?
birthday surprise.
It's like, yeah, happy birthday. Guess what? I'm dead.
Is the casket made out of cake?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have
I know,
this really
right?
weird like request in my will where it's like, okay, and give whoever's working on my funeral a like $500 gift card to Home Depot so that they can afford to build the frame and buy the epoxy to coat
Yeah.
me in,
Yeah. Materials money. You gotta have that set aside in your will, man. That's important.
It's a lot cheaper than a coffin
But-
to be out, So you're a no. You're just letting it
Yeah.
go for okay.
You're just gonna let it play out until it happens.
Yeah, and I said this many times, not publicly on camera until now.
But we're honored.
Welcome to the padded cell.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for sharing those wonderful things with us.
Yes, thank you. But I was thinking long and hard what I'm going to be doing in my final moments of living on this earth, and I said, and I thought long and hard, and I decided that if I'm on my deathbed, I want to still continue doing my shows up until the last moment, and then near the end of the show, my closing minutes would be, if anything I said and done over the years have not impacted somebody in their life, may God strike me dead. And then I start to flatline. That's what I want to do.
I will help you produce this show should I survive long enough for that.
His last words were, please like and subscribe.
No, it's gonna be
You're down there somewhere.
face hog the subscribe button.
Ring that bell.
I don't know if it was my upbringing, life experiences, or just a combination of all the craziness that is me. I see death as a reward, man. Like, I've always tried to do this thing in life where I try not to say no to things. If I'm scared, I say yes, because maybe I'll find my new favorite thing, whether it's food, an experience. I don't know. So I'll just say yes, or I'll come up with some crazy scheme and like spend the next 3 years figuring out how to do it, and then I'll do it. So to me, like, death is like, you've survived all this shit. You've done all these great and terrible things. And one day, you're going to get to sleep. You're going to get to just go to sleep or whatever. You're going to just rest. And that is your reward for going out there every day and always living this life that you want to do. So to me, I see it as a positive. And I'm still terrified. I mean, it's natural for human beings to be terrified. I don't want to go, but I always wake up every day prepping myself and being ready. And I tell myself, hey, This could be my last day. What have I not accomplished? What do I still want to do? And that
Yeah.
drives everything I do. Like every day someone have a shit day and I don't get to accomplish things, I'm depressed. Because that day wasn't my best day. I didn't get to do what I wanted that day. So I'm tough on myself for the next day. And then the next day I get up and I try harder to do those things.
That's what we did for Papa for his last few years. He had dementia, but it was never really bad. Like I have this story pulled up.
Read it.
This is one from my mother that she had posted, and I put down. This is the 4th anniversary of my grandfather's death, and this is one of the stories that Mom told, because he would wake up and sometimes not know exactly where he was, but then he'd get the hang of where, like, he knew everything else, and he never got upset about it. He never forgot who we were or anything, but he remembered the past a lot better than he remembered the present. And so here's one of Mom's stories. This took place in 2015. Dad woke up in the past today asking, "Where am I?" I reminded him he was at my house in Lincoln, had been here for almost 5 years. Shakes his head, then asks, "Are we going to Tacoma today?" I told him I didn't plan on it today. He then asks if he still has cattle to feed. I told him not for over 50 years. He shakes his head, and I proceed to tell him what year it is and how old I am. He says, "You were just a little thing when Jim and I had cattle. We rented the pasture from Ben Potter for $200 a year. We each had 34 head. Blank, protecting identity, told me we wouldn't make any money raising cattle. Later that year, I bought my first new pickup, a 1962 blue Chevy. Jim asked him what he was driving. Yep, it was for the good times. Well, I guess if I don't own cattle, I don't owe rent either." And that was the thing. He was just like, "Okay, so I don't have to go to work today, and I don't have to pay Jim any rent." But he
That's
just,
epic.
yeah, he'd wake up. "Do I have to go to work?" "No." "Okay." Then he'd just back right out and go to sleep. But we took him on every last trip that we could get him on while he was still physically healthy enough to travel. We took him down to see my cousin Jack, my second cousin Jack, who lives down in New Orleans, because Papa, he worked on barges after he got back from the Navy. So they'd like, and cranes and stuff, and they'd like be loading barges in the river and stuff, or working on fixing little parts of the river where they had piers and shit like that. And so he'd be out of state, but that man, if my uncle had a football game, he would come driving from like a couple thousand miles away or 1,000 miles away or something like that overnight, get to Tacoma, watch his son play, and then drive all the way back and go to work the next day. He never missed a thing in his kid's life, even if he was that far out of state. But we took him down to see Jack, who there'd been an accident with Jack's brother when they were little kids, and he was so injured that his parents could only take care of him. And so my grandparents partially raised my cousin Jack. He's still he's a grandpa now, and he reads to his grandchildren from the books that my grandfather gave him when he was a kid. He kept every single copy of everything they gave him and stuff. And so he got to do that. And the man was fearless. And like you said, tried everything new, anything new that was brought to him. We went out once and had sushi, and he'd never eaten sushi before. And my grandma would be like, "Oh, you don't like that. It's fish and rice. It's just bad." And so when she was around, he never tried it. But when he tried sushi, the man loved sushi. He got down with it. So we started getting where we take Pop out for sushi. And there's a lot of really fun times that we got to have with him. And I miss that a lot. But yeah, he lived every day. He loved everybody that he met. He might not like some people as much as the other, but he never really said anything bad about them, Yeah. But he always took a genuine interest in everybody that he'd meet. And that's one thing that you don't see a lot. Like, even at family gatherings, there's certain family members who will be like, "So how's it going?" And then they immediately turn and start talking to somebody else. And like, we make a game of it in some instances of how often they'll do this to me. But my grandfather, he had people attending his celebration of life, included waitresses that he had secret handshakes and fist bumps and this whole cool thing with, that were like bawling because he had been one of their favorite customers for years. They came over and would spend time with him outside of that because they just got to be good friends with him. And it was just, he lived a really beautiful life. And yeah, he pushed every day and did something new every day, even if he didn't remember it. But all of the memories that he got to share with us when we had him for the last decade were like things that we didn't know. Like he got hit by a train once, driving his sisters to work, and they didn't hurt them. It was, back in the day when they weren't flying that fast, but the car got broken and they got him a new car, and it was a shitty new car, and he hated it because like the old one was a better model, but they bought him this new car because that's just how it worked out back then. But he was in the Navy. We knew that. What we didn't know was that I was smoking a pack of Camels one day out on the deck with him while we were talking, and he picked up the pack and he turned it around to the pyramid on back and was like, "You see that pyramid?" He points to a specific one. I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I have pictures of sitting right out front of that place. When I was in the Navy, I was there. I got to go see that place." I was like, "Wow." And he's like, "And I used to be able to, I was one of the two people, he was one of the two people on the Tulagi that had the lung capacity to scuba dive and go fix things." So they'd send him and his one other friend down. They'd have to go up slowly, but he said it was like, gave you a little bit of extra way to strut around those days because, he was one of the only people that could do it. And he was on when they did the first water testing of the nuclear bomb. They were close enough that they had to like all go and sit down. And he was like, "Wow. We all had to sit at this table and put our hands over our heads." And some of the guys that were on there reckoned that they heard something and they felt something, but I was there and I wasn't that old. He kind of lied about his age to get in the Navy. But but he was just like, "I didn't hear anything. They were just saying something so that they'd have a story to talk about later, But this is also back when I've caught him, and he didn't like to talk too much about service time. But when he would find somebody else who was also in the service, they would get to talking. And we were at this one restaurant, and there was a guy from the Navy. It was when we'd taken him down to see Jack. And there was another Navy officer who was our server. And so he mentioned like, to them. And so Papa sat and started talking to him about Navy times. And when they were on the Tulagi, it was back in the days where when storms would get big, they didn't have a lot of ballast. So they were human ballast. Like the ship would be rocking on the ocean and they would be like tied to things, but it was like, run to this side of the ship. And they'd all be running over there and grabbing onto things and going to the other. And it was like, that's just insane. That's like Vikings and shit, but that was World War II, apparently. Like that's still how low they had some of the stuff. So,
oh man.
Yeah. So I'm sharing Papa's stories tonight, but Papa was just.
Thank you for that, by the way. I know that's tough. This is a tough time of year for you, but like, it means a lot also for us to spend this time with you, like we want to be here for you too. And it's tough because we're all so far away and.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. The reason that I have cabbage, I'm going to tell this one and then we'll get past. I've talked before about they had the lot that they lived on. They owned the lot that they lived on and then the one below it. And so they had this giant garden out there behind their house. And then the entire other lot was a garden as well. And then they also owned a cabin down by the Missouri. And there was a gardening area in there where they grew a lot of melons with other people and stuff. And so they had all this food. And like I said, they gave food to everybody. But this is one story. I was out on the deck with Papa tonight, and he started talking about his garden in Tacoma. One time back in the day, he was growing so good cabbage. He picked a big one and measured it and weighed it and took it down to Wheeler's, which was the bar that was down there for decades. And it was right at the bottom of the hill that he lived on. And it was a very steep hill. Ralph Jackson asked him how big around it was, and Papa told him it was 52 inches. Ralph took off his belt, walked up, and tried to put it around the cabbage, and it came up about 4 inches short of being able to reach around it. He told the barmaid to buy a round for the house, and Papa asked him why, as he hadn't made a bet with anyone, and he told him he'd made a bet with himself. Then Pat Johnson asked him how much it weighed. Papa told him it was about 22 pounds. They got into a discussion about the weather, and someone asked Pat if he was worried about a tornado popping up. He told him that he was more worried about something knocking loose one of Papa's cabbages and sending it down the hill towards him, as he wouldn't be able to get out of the way fast enough. So that's why I'm cabbage tonight, because there were always stories. He had the biggest tomatoes, the biggest cabbage, and everything. But yeah, he was a legend for that. And he actually, the one time the paper was coming through, and they'd talk to people, and they'd gotten sent up to their place. So Grandma and Papa are out in the yard, and they were just like, "Hi," and they're like, "We were told that you guys have the best garden in town, and we're working for such and such newspaper, and just wondered if we could take some pictures and ask a couple questions." And so it's like, well, yeah, and so he ended up in the paper for that. And I was telling Mom about it, and she told me about the time that he ended up in the Omaha World Herald. And one of my friends found this for me for it. Still, you can find it. He was in the sports section in an editorial column because it was one of those like little mishaps along the way. And Papa had gotten a mention for being out hunting with his friend. They were shooting quail, and he reached into his pocket to reload, and then ended up loading a pack of antacids instead of a shotgun shell into his gun. And one of his friends wrote in to tell him about it. So
that's how you fight stomach trouble. Fun fact about him: his garden was responsible for the Great Tomato War of 1978.
I mean, that's potentially true. When he would go down to work and stuff, when he was in town, if they had tomatoes, they sold them at the grocery store, but they were so expensive, a lot of people couldn't afford them. So he would take down, and he made a deal with the grocery store guy, and he would put down just beer flat after beer flat of tomatoes outside, and they would sell them for a little bit so that they had so he wasn't just taking away their profits from selling produce, but they sold them for a lot cheaper, so that he was basically, the grocery store guy was breaking even. Papa was just contributing tomatoes to the community, and those were, and of course, people still really received their own tomato flats if they weren't able to get in that position to where they could buy them either. But yeah,
they made a documentary about it. It was called Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Jeff Strand has something to say about that these days. He wrote a book.
He did.
Strangely, after the movie.
Yeah.
20 years. Well, 25 years after the movie.
Yeah.
But
true story.
35 years. God, I'm old. If you like comedy horror, check out author Jeff Strand. He's amazing. Oh, yeah. He has I can't even get into his catalog of works, but he just released a while ago the book version of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
We got to grab him sometime soon, because I'm a Killer Tomatoes fanatic. Like, oh yeah.
I have never seen those movies, but I have seen the Saturday morning cartoon.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. Because after they did Return of the Killer Tomatoes is when the cartoon came out, because they brought in Fuzzy Tomato, FT, and it was all about FT and the girl. Yeah. That was, I love that.
I just like the song.
Oh yeah, and that's from the original movie.
The Killer Tomatoes.
You're telling me Puberty Love was never made. He made the cut.
What?
You're telling me Puberty Love never made the cut? It's from the first movie.
Oh,
well, they used it later too, because they used it They used it in 2, and then it came back in 3 and 4, because that was how you turned the people that he was turning into the tomato people would turn back into the tomatoes if you played it.
They turned into. I haven't watched it. That's something we're gonna have to Tomb of the Terrible or something for me.
Yeah,
all 4 of them. Because you've got after 2 is Eat the World. No, it's Eat France is 3, and then Eat the World is 4.
I was a bit backwards when it came to that series, because I saw the Return of the Killer Tomatoes, the one with George Clooney, a baby George Clooney in there, and the plot line was like, they
I think George Clooney's here with us right now.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's Tom.
Yeah.
But,
Tom Clooney.
Sorry, Tom.
But one of the plot points was that tomatoes were banned throughout because of the tomato
war. They were banned
after
the tomato war, yeah.
But I remember they used clips from the first movie, and I was thinking, is this an actual movie? Yeah. Did they make... Because they showed that part that always gets me every time you see it. It's that guy who's sitting at the table in the crowd and just looks at the camera and goes, tomatoes. And everybody flips out around him.
Yeah, he just says the word. Fun fact about
me.
that movie, George Clooney got brought on the set, not really told what he was going to be doing at first, but it was his big break at his studio. And 2 movies were being filmed at the same time in the same sets. It was Return to Horror High and Return to the Killer Tomatoes, and he was in both fucking movies at the same time. And then
wow.
back in the fast forward to the like mid '90s, they released a double disc that has just those two movies on it. We can still buy that to this day, just those two movies
nice.
on one disc.
Let me guess.
So
They used a picture of
weird
him from
coincidence.
ER or something.
No, it's a picture of a killer can of tomatoes for some reason. It's a really weird.
Oh,
Nice.
It's weird.
I don't think I've ever shared this story with Tom Dog before with the George Clooney thing, because you have the George Clooney thing, and my dad he used to work. He's retired now, but he did a lot of computer stuff, and he was a teacher. And then he ended up being like the computer guy for a high school. So he set up all their laptops, set up the network, fixed everything for all the kids and everything. And that was what he did. But on the section of the website where you would go to this public school and click on like the staff, he put as his thumbnail picture George Clooney. And if you actually clicked on it, it would go and show a picture of Dad to go with his profile. But he used George Clooney as his thumbnail. And he would get told by other teachers, would come in and be like, I got an email from my friend today who was asking like how it was working with you because you were so hot and you looked just like George Clooney, and like if you were single and stuff. Like, oh my God.
I think if you play the word association game, the first word that comes to my mind if someone says George Clooney would have to be nipples. It's a Batman.
Batman
Yeah.
and Robin.
First thing that comes to my mind is Facts of Life.
I
Fucking
gag
Clooney,
is
man.
the first thing that comes to my mind, but that's just I have this issue with a lot
She doesn't like
of
anybody
prominent
that's good.
actors.
She doesn't like anybody
Hey.
that's decent. That's
Excuse me, Brad Dourif is amazing.
oh, he is
And I
amazing.
love
but like,
him.
but
Richard
you hate
Brake?
Jim Carrey, man. Like, and that's unforgivable. And Nick Cage. I mean, come on.
Dude,
Give it up for the
Next
Cage.
thing.
seriously.
Next thing she's gonna tell me she hates William
I-
Shatner, and I'm gonna cry.
We won't talk about that then.
How dare
No,
you?
no. Okay, I hate one thing of William Shatner. Okay, this is what. Okay, if you have not
He's
seen
like
the show
acting, man.
Haven, watch it. It's awesome.
Mm.
Haven is an amazing show based on a Stephen King novel, or short. It was a novelette, wasn't it? Or
Yeah,
novella.
it was a short story.
Oh, okay.
The Colorado Kid.
Yeah, Colorado Kid. Great show though. Had some amazing actors and actresses. And then in the very end, William Shatner shows up as one of the main characters towards it. And I was just like,
What
I-
did you
I
think of my
thought it-
personal rocket man?
I like to rock it.
Resting on.
I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the. There's a podcast called Song versus Song, and
I heard
they talk about two songs that came out either simultaneously or have the same kind of theme, and they talk about the merits of it. Which one is probably more popular? They run a poll with the listeners to see what would probably win, but they always have like 4 questions at the end after discussing everything, the history of the songs, fun little tidbits. But one of the questions is William Shatner has to do a cover of one of either these two. Which would be shat upon?
Shut up.
I do
You're gonna have to
respect
watch.
them.
You gotta give me a link to this podcast. I have to hear it now.
Yeah.
I do enjoy like the thing he said when he went out. Didn't they fly him out in like close to space or in a space
Yeah.
shuttle or something?
He was in
And
space.
he was like, yeah, and he was just like, wow. You know, he was complete. I loved that. I love a lot of what he does. I just,
Except for Tech Wars, we forget about Tech Wars. We need to not remember Tech Wars.
he did that great show where they drank. My mom loved it. They were lawyers or something like that, or accountants. I don't know. They drank a
Was
lot
it
at the
Boston
end. They'd
Legal?
sit up.
I had a
Yeah.
PC game of Tech War.
I love the concept of Tech War, but it's so bad.
The video
you play
game the video game on the computer was actually pretty cool,
Nice.
and the CD-ROM it was actually pretty cool. But I was always playing the CD on the ROM on my CD player because the music was awesome.
Yeah.
The
do
music
remember that
was
game.
awesome. The music. I
was
will
back when
say
they were really
music
big
was
into the CD-ROM video games, and then one of the
Yeah.
last ones they did it with was if you got the deluxe version of the Blair Witch release, you got a copy of the original Blair Witch movie, Book of Shadows, the sequel we don't really talk about, a necklace with the Stickman on it, and a CD-ROM video game. And it was the last movie they actually did a CD-ROM game of. And then after that, it just kind of, they just stopped doing it.
I never knew that you could play video game music by putting a CD of it. Is it just specific games?
CD-ROM
Or
games. It has to specifically, it can't be like a console, it's got to be a CD-ROM based game.
okay.
So
I would
kind
enjoy
of-
that with like Mortal Kombat and stuff.
kind of on topic, but I'm beginning to think, am I the only one who actually enjoyed Book of Shadows?
See, here's the
I
thing.
never watched it, so
As its own thing, as a meta movie, I liked it. I did not think it was bad. I was interested. It was cool. But as an official, at the time anyway, not anymore, but at the time as an official sequel, I don't like it as a sequel. I like it as its own spin-off meta thing. I think it's fully acceptable as that.
That's what it should have been. Instead of saying Blair Witch 2 Book of Shadows or Book of Shadows Blair Witch 2, it should have been its own movie and be done with it.
They should have just called it Book of Shadows.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
That,
talk about the Blair Witch. Talk about what it inspired, but just Book of Shadows.
Yeah. And I think that would have been better. But the movie was so horrible. I sat through that thing and I was like, you got to be shitting me. I was like, can I go?
I love a lot of the actors and actresses that were in it, though. Like,
but I will say this
was in that.
I will say this though: if I had a choice between watching Blair Witch 2, Book of Shadows, or House of the Dead, I would see Book of Shadows. I would.
I like Three Ball Movie. As bad as they are. Like, so the weird thing about that is, like, now we've got the modern Blair Witch that came out, like, what, 5, 6, 7 years ago? That's, like, the true sequel?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, it was great. I thought it was fucking brilliant.
It was great.
And it was a great sequel. And now they're doing another new one.
The time dilation part, it was just
okay.
with you.
Yeah.
I loved my favorite part of Blair Witch was the marketing campaign.
Oh, nothing like that was done before that, or it can never be done again.
Yeah,
maybe in a couple more generations we can try something like it again.
That was amazing. Another one, and this isn't a movie, but oh shit, what was the name of the Eminem CD that had 3 a.m. on it?
Oh shit, I should know this because I know that.
Let me look
played the shit out of that album when it came out. I know what you think you're referring to too, because that was cool as shit.
Yeah, Relapse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Relapse, when that album came out, and I've tried to find this. Anybody watching? Any of you guys know how to do this? Eminem there was a website up for Relapse, and it was a game, and it like just kind of a click and choose game, and you entered a mental asylum that was all bloody and like totally hell wrecked. There's like a dead security guard sitting there, and you had to walk through the mental asylum and do things like pick up the keys from the dead guy. You needed his finger too for a fingerprint at one point to get through a lock. But then you would walk through and you could like activate a radio and it would play one of the songs. You'd go into this one room where there was like a guy just kind of shaking and he had a TV on. And if you hit that, I think that was the one that would play the video for 3 a.m. But you could get lost and have to go back to the beginning. But every little tiny detail had something to do with it. I've tried to find it on the Wayback Machine, and maybe it's been updated since then. I'm not sure, but I have never found it again, and it was like I was so excited about that.
Oh my god,
it's funny because I have that CD, but I never knew that I never was aware of putting that in my computer.
It's great because they, the stories with the back and forth dialogues that take place between songs with the psychiatrist, those were opened up in that too. So you're just like, what the fuck? And then like, holy shit, it made it to the album. Yes.
Oh, wow.
So apparently in 2009, it also became an iPhone game. It may still be on an iPhone store somewhere, but I don't think it is. But for the first time ever, right now, I'm looking it up because last time I looked it up, I didn't see much about it. But now, I'm finding a big resurgence of people looking for it, and people are apparently claiming they found it. And there's a big group of people on Reddit right now that are trying to turn it into an ISO file, but because of the way iPhone storage and their game systems work, they're having a hard time, like kind of like rebuilding it for PC right now. But it looks like there's people like actively right now trying to recreate it.
You would think that whoever Shady Records or whatever would have had a copy of it. That maybe, I mean, if people are interested, they could sell it. You know, just it's just a walkthrough type of thing. But I paid $5 for it. You know, to go through.
You know,
you can see playthroughs though. Like there are some playthroughs, and like apparently there's game trailers for it still out there and everything.
Excuse me.
It was like that. Okay, so we had the Blair Witch, we had that album, and then the Heroes marketing campaign was out around the same time, where you could get phone calls from the people. You could go through and get the deep dive email sites into the people who could break in the hackers stuff and all sort of websites to go through. I was getting phone calls from the guy who was running for Senate, you know, like pitching his campaign and stuff to me.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, and that was something else that I've never seen a show get that was more of an ARG type of combination of so many different forms of media.
There was another one that I love, and I'm so upset with how it ended. It just got canceled kind of on Sci-Fi. It was called the 4400. I
remember that coming out.
Where 4,400 people, like I guess, poofed and came back and all had powers, right? And later throughout the whole series, like there was this like Scientology like foundation that popped up for them where they were celebrated and all this crazy shit was going on. But someone found a way to simulate synthetically their powers. So you have this option of getting this shot, and it would either 50% kill you or 50% you'd have a power now. And they turned it into an ARG online where you could go and join the resistance or join this or that. But it all started with a question of, would you take the shot? And then you had to answer all these questions and go from there. And it was the same time period that they were doing that with Heroes. Like there was a whole bunch, and Sci-Fi Channel sponsored a lot of this. And then I remember when they first came out with American Horror Story, when they were promoting it, they did the Welcome to the Murder House website where you can go and explore every room in the murder house.
I didn't see that.
Oh, you could see the stories, like things would pop up. Like I do miss that a lot. Like that level of interaction. And you think the digital age we have now, we'd be seeing more of it. But I guess the shtick is gone because you don't see a lot. Now it's, there's a Discord. And there might be some people role-playing or something in the Discord or something like that. But it's not the same. It doesn't have the same, like, I just discovered this cool thing that people don't know about kind of vibe to it.
I can't remember what album it was for, but I know that Trent Reznor, for promoting one of his albums that was supposed to be coming out, he would leave, like, his promotional team would leave thumb drives around the city.
Starfuckers Incorporated. I think that was the album that they did it for.
So, like the Fragile or something. I was thinking it was Year Zero or something like that. But it was like whoever found it would plug it into the computer and they would have clues. And they eventually led to like a warehouse in the middle of the nowhere where it turned out Nine Inch Nails was giving a free concert.
Very cool.
It was only for the people that found it, Right.
They didn't know that. And they had it staged where like he would play a full set, but then the end he would have like people dressed up as the FBI or something come and raid the place.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
I remember hearing about that,
So
I didn't know about that. That's awesome.
We
need to do that thing with books.
The band that I toured with, we were so obsessed with this. Like we did this weird thing where we would take copies of our original, like 4-track LP, and we'd sneak into like Best Buys and Walmarts everywhere, like during operating hours, and we'd pick like one CD player stereo. We'd power it off. We'd turn the volume on it all the way up, and we'd stick our disc in it. So when they went to display the form model, you would just hear our song, one of our 4 songs, and we would set it like to try to like hopefully like at least 1 or 2 different songs to play in different places, and we would leave our contact information on the CD.
That's really cool. Dude, I tried to give away my books, and this is how sad it is. I just thought that would be a fun way to, if you're like, well, with what Jeff Strand's doing recently, like all this Killer Tomato stuff is super fun. And I'm not at a marketing level where I could do anything like that, but I literally wrote to my home public library, Hooper Public Library, which when I was growing up, I don't believe it is now, but at that point in time, it was the smallest public library in the United States. And I was like, hey, I wrote some books. And, well, I didn't write some books. I wrote some stories that ended up in books. And I know that you have a horror section because I read it over and over and over when I was a child.
It's
And
really
I was
adorable.
just wondering if you would like to have free copies of books sent to you. And they never replied to me. I'm just like,
So I
was
got
your
into
biggest checkout outer when I was a little one.
So I've gotten into this because I've got friends that work for the library system, and I've got an in here to get into all the libraries, even the school libraries. So I just haven't had the chance or the money to buy enough copies of the books to go and do this. They have a system that they go through that a book, you can get a book into a library, one of your books in one of two ways. One, you have to be selling your book in a way that it's on certain lists that libraries choose and pick things from, and then you can tell them about your book, and if they can find it on the list, they can put a purchase order in for it. But most publishers don't do direct purchase orders. Like, you have to go through this library system, or you can physically go down to the library, anywhere, at least in our country, and you fill out forms. Is what it is. Because basically, you have to fill out a donation form saying that when they do their finances, the library did not purchase this book, that you freely gave it to the library for whatever purposes, and then you have to sign these different documents that just says it's okay for them to have your stuff, which is basically what the agreement is already built in when your book's in the library systems. So it just kind of simulates that on a personal level. But if you go down there physically with the copies,
Okay.
and there's rules for the shape the books have to be in, like they can't have any strong odors other than book smell. They have to be like new, pristine copies. And you can do so many of hardback or paperback depending on your library and what shelf space they've got. So I had to learn about that through my friends. If you want to get in, you can. I already talked to people, come on down, but it's not. But now they require X amount of copies, and it's I gotta get as many copies as I can just go and
Bless
donate.
you.
Good night.
As a person who has received your books and has been very sad since I've moved in that I've not been able to find the box that had collectively both of y'all's books in it, I am very grateful that you gave them to me and that I finally had the stupid box. I say stupid box because it hid itself in a weird place.
Fuck that.
We
fucking
can get
box.
you e-versions.
Oh, I have the e-versions.
Oh,
I have
okay.
the e-versions, and I have the physical copies.
I'll be right back.
And I'm very happy.
Okay.
I had that dream of some kid sitting in the library, the same spot that I was when I read, somebody's book, and in one of the schools or one of the public libraries. That's one of my last dying dreams that I need to accomplish before I go, is my public library, which is still open, still exists. They just remodeled it, made it even bigger. I just want to go there and do a couple of my old schools and just be like, please, this is my dying wish. Put this on your shelf.
Just have my name there. I spent so much time there. Let me have my name there.
And
That
our
will make
libraries
me
do
happy.
the downtown branch has the local section. It's filled with nothing but local writers from all genres. And part of it is the Dayton collection, where they collect art and memorabilia from the big flood that happened. So it's all these things that are just this is what makes our city great, and the people that make our city great that tell all these stories. So it's this whole big thing that I got to do it one day. I got to do it.
I hope for the time being, knowing that you've made nurses happy in Texas and Georgia helps for both of you.
Yeah. It does.
Thank you.
I was thinking about the other day, we were talking about Mortal Lore 2, the one I actually did with you.
What?
I thought you were. I was gonna be like,
Oh,
No, this is my I'm listening intently face.
okay.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I usually see the hand, or I see it. He's got an eyebrow thing he does before the hand, so I can usually tell when he's about ready. Yeah, I'm getting used to it. The more we do stuff together, the more I can see the tells.
Uncle Necro makes people happy too. They just wish he'd finish the stories.
Yeah. Me too.
Fine, I'll get on him.
Get your shit together, James.
This is why it's kind of a paradox, because I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and my facial expressions. I have trouble lying because I suck at it, and so I just don't. So whenever people play like poker with me, they think if I, I'm pretty straightforward about things, but then they think he must be bluffing. He's got to be lying. Yeah. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Agreed.
Please
I
don't
can find the
hobble
best
me.
one for you.
Please don't hobble me.
I'm your biggest fan.
It is cock-a-doodle that you have not finished your stories.
And Annie was
that
a
I have not
nurse.
finished
I'm just
mine
saying.
either.
Annie Wilkes was a nurse.
Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
So don't fuck with the nurses, James.
I don't.
Well, he
I have-
knows. He knows
I
better.
have several in my family and friends, so they know how to make you heard with just touching one place. Like,
Gonna give you an IV. Let's just play and find the vein.
well, it's just the first when I realized this, I was like 12.
Just hurt myself.
They were giving me a physical at the psychiatric ward, and I kept like doing the fist thing when they were trying to take my blood pressure, and the guy just looked at me and gave me one warning. He's like, "Please stop that," and I kept doing it, going, I'm throwing you off. Then he doesn't even say anything. He just takes these two fingers and right on the sternum, just boop, and which made me go seize up and go, "I'm done now." Sorry.
I'm good.
They don't find my blood pressure most of the time. It doesn't register. So I have to I've learned okay, you put it over here, you got to cross your arm and then relax and then lean back, deep breath for it to actually come through the cuff for them. And
I am alive.
I gotta be honest. I thought
Yeah.
that finger story was going a different direction. But you're talking about getting a physical, and he just took two fingers. I really thought they were going in your butt. Like I really thought that's where that was going. I was surprised when it stopped at sternum. I was like, okay, this is weird.
God, what is the Naruto move with that? It's the fingers
the-
of death.
Oh, that
It's funny because when you went like this, you disappeared for a second, but then you were back in the pose when you reappeared from your background.
Oh yes.
That was-
One.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Sorry, I keep blending into death. I did not expect it to be such a death
You're
episode.
going into death.
It's just
Okay.
my
I keep
sister
blending into
with
death.
this amazing
Stay
picture.
out of death, Jenny. Death is
1,000 years
not for
of death,
you.
no jutsu.
I disagree.
I don't know if you've seen it. Do any of you guys watch Naruto besides me? You've seen the
No, I
1,000 years
didn't.
of death? And they just they're like sitting there and Naruto's being a total pain in the ass.
We were
and
talking
so
about fingers and butts before you started talking about this. Is that what's
This
happening in
is-
the cartoon?
yes,
Because maybe
yes,
okay. I just
yes.
That's where
So
you learn
Kakashi
that
Sensei
you
comes
do.
up and does 1,000 fingers of death no jutsu and jabs him in the ass and he just flies across the room. So he across the lake or something like that. So it's he just got stabbed in the butt with a jutsu so
That's called a
hard that
surprise
he
finger.
went flying.
That's what that is.
Welcome back, Tom.
Surprise.
Welcome back. We're
Like
talking
We're
about
talking about
Naruto
fingers
getting
and butts
stabbed
now.
in the butt.
rock.
Speaking of the
I had-
prostate conversation from earlier, we're talking about fingers in the butt.
Yeah, I had to blow my nose and then get something to drink.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Sounded-
It's a big hug.
I was wondering, we're over 2 hours into this. Do we want to discuss that question my friend sent me last
Oh.
night?
Yeah,
Sure.
actually.
I
Because
totally sorry. I blanked out today.
I don't give a shit about time today at all.
I slept for 14 hours last night.
Yeah.
So
We rarely do the long ones anymore, so this is fun.
well, it's just last night, it was kind of late, and a friend of mine sent me, not sure if you'd have a good answer to this question. In essence, what makes good horror stories? I've narrowed it down to desperation and loss of hope.
as I recall, you mentioned that your friend is a very scientific-minded person.
Yes.
And it seems like they went about this exceptionally logically as they were trying, they researched what makes a good horror story, what does this, and chose the best answers as they went
That's the
through.
formula.
Almost like an AI
Yeah.
program.
Yeah, kind of.
And you also
And,
mentioned that he was much of a reader.
No, he's not.
yeah, so having read horror since I was little, I was dealing with looking up in the dictionary when I was reading The Exorcist, when I could just reach it finally on the shelf. I think it was only on the third shelf because I was short, still
Yeah.
am, but being what does the crucifix? Oh, I shouldn't ask Mom about that. Okay,
Yeah. I
and
get you on
going
this one.
back to stuff. but yeah, everybody has their own different definitions of what freaks them the fuck out
Right.
and what they consider to be horror. And I get he came up with, once again, it was desperation and was it isolation? Did you say? Or
It was. Let me scroll back up here.
sorry, I
Desperation
could
and loss of hope.
loss of hope.
Right.
And so I think based on the fact that that's what he came up with as being, as he scientifically went through it and was like, I can relate to that one, probably a little bit of himself went there.
Yeah,
That those would be.
I originally asked, "Is everything going okay over there, buddy? Is there? Should I
Yeah.
be? You know,
I don't like with the hope thing. I don't think it's so much the loss of hope. I think it's so much the character that you read that wants to have hope, but has absolutely no reason anymore to have it. So it's they want to have it, they have a shred of it, but they're kept in that constant state where it's just out of their reach.
right?
I think that's more like if there's a formula with hope, I would say it's more like the hope just out of reach, or the moment a horror film or a novel where the bad guy wins during one of those rare times, but the good guy is so close to salvation. He's right at the edge of the woods. There's people right there that can save him, and the killer walks up just as they're walking out of the woods, hand over the mouth, slits the throat, end. Like
31.
You took that hope and salvation at that last possible fucking second, and that's terrifying. That is horrifying.
I think it's also a matter of, I mean, you can read horror for being scared, for that, if you like that thrill and that rush. But sometimes it's also just like, I appreciate good horror that doesn't necessarily scare me, but is really well written. And like, I love haunted house stuff. And sometimes books will literally scare me, or movies. But sometimes it's just like, I love the concept behind it so much. And like, we have haunted houses where my family lives. And most of you guys as well have at least experienced being in a haunted house at some point. But just seeing it written well for me is something that I would love to read that. Some books really scare me, but sometimes I just really enjoy a well-written horror novel that doesn't necessarily scare me, but keeps me gripped. It does have to have some sort of gripping element to it. It keeps you wanting to know the story behind. John Saul wrote so many books that started off with, there's this little kid and they die horribly. And then we cut to present day, and little kid starts trying to get, or dead little kid starts trying to get revenge somehow. I remember that. I mean, he's written a lot of other stuff too, but there was a big period of time where just that's what he did. There was like dead kid A, B, C, Elizabeth, Beth, ended one. That was Suffer the Children.
The Blind Fury.
Yeah.
I think for me, I write what bothers me. I write about the subjects and the things that actually like freak me out and fuck with me. And I know there are things that fuck with other people. So someone else is going to see my own fear and my own passion, and especially in my short stories more so. Like they see that in me so they can connect with how I feel about the subject. So hopefully that is what actually reaches them. I think it's the passion of the writer and the story that makes the best horror novel. If I had to pick one thing, feeling the connection that the writer has to the work while you're reading it and how it connects to you in some instance. Because for me, haunted houses and small town horror, those are the subjects that interest me and fuck with me the most.
I mean,
that's all based on real life shit for me mostly.
For me personally, first of all, I answered him back with, well, it's not something you can easily narrow down, I think, because you ask 10 different horror authors, what makes a good horror story, and you'll probably get like 10 different answers.
You got a flood from us.
In a household of non-writers, like if I look at my house, I know that being alone, terrifies Matt. The darker clowns were spiders. Brooke, Michelle is being alone and spiders. Like any stories involving any of those things separately for these people, that's what's terrifying. But for me, it's a completely different thing. So in your own family, take a poll. I think you'll be really surprised in all the different things that people think makes a terrifying story.
Right. I mean, one author you can tell they're more with the splatterpunk, more visceral. That for them, that's
like the body horror.
But then, like you read like Curtis M. Lawson, and he does really well with like what I refer to as writing the empty space. In between.
Oh,
and just really getting into your skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Steve Van Samson writes the most amazing monsters.
Say his name correctly.
What?
You gotta say his name right. It's Steve Van Samson.
No, it's Steve Van Samson.
It's just the intro for
He runs into
I
the
know.
wrestling ring.
Steve Van Samson, and
Yeah.
every time I hear you say his name, that's how I actually hear you say it in my head.
Okay, I get so excited about Steve. I love
do.
Steve.
He's awesome.
I got Steve when I was down in Terrificon. I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna add it to our things.
That's so awesome.
He signed something for me, and go ahead. I gotta find it. So I'm gonna
Steve, we have just gone from fingers in the butt to talking about you. Just not sure how that makes you feel, but
somewhere
that
there's
out
a
there.
connection. But
different kind of excitement.
The best experience that I ever got was, again, I was weaned on Stephen King, and he does a lot of childhood fears, bringing that out, as well as being afraid of regular everyday objects like, say, a steam press or something or other.
Oh, yes.
But one I'm going to point to is the novella "The Librarian" from the 4 Past Midnight collection, where it's essentially the guy is haunted by a specter of the past that actually happened, but the ghost seems huge because when he was a child, something happened to him, and the person who assaulted him looked much, much bigger because he was just a child when it happened. And so when and a lot of people have a problem with the fact that in the end, the evil thing doesn't seem as big. But I enjoy that because in life, when you actually face your fear, it turns out to be not as big as what you blew it up as from the distance.
That's a King thing too, because he does that even in Dark Tower. You're built up to think the big bad is in the tower.
Right.
You don't even fucking see it, and except for a couple brief moments in the final book, and you find out it could have never touched him or gotten to him anyway. And this whole time he was terrified of something that's kind of almost terrified of itself and locked up with itself. And he spends the whole series, the whole journey terrified of this thing, for it to literally be. He gets there and he's like, "Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
This isn't what I thought it was."
And go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I have to show off that Steve drew for me when I met him at Terrificon at the end of July. This is the Grendel Hive from Black Honey, and to carry the best fan ever. By the way, I just want to let you know. But I was also told that he sketched that with a pen. He was just sitting there.
Oh, wow.
Nobody had a pencil or anything. He just drew that for me, and he was like, "You'll be the only person that gets that drawing."
Nice.
So
I'm gonna go down to the bottom of our screen for a minute. Jenny, like when you read horror, like what are a couple like topics or subjects that really like do it for you?
Okay, recently, the beehive with the person in it. I had nightmares from the Harvest book that I just read because there was actual beehives in the person, and they all got stung, and I have like bad memories from when I was little. I literally got stung in the eyes, and they were blew up. So that's just a fear. Sorry, guys, I gotta give good night hugs.
Oh, you're good. You're fine.
Go ahead.
Good night. Give hugs for me too.
Good night.
good night.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Moon.
This is Dante.
Good night,
We
Dante.
love Dante. Hi, Dante.
Awesome donut.
Good night, cow that jumps over the moon.
Octonaughty. Good night, Octonaughty.
You girls, scooch.
But just remember, the cheese stands alone.
Dance alone. It's one of the best magic cards ever.
I like it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I never got it. Sorry.
I've never
Anyway.
seen that card, so yeah.
It's epic.
It
So we're
it
talking
came
about
out-
like the beehive thing, like and like stories
Yeah,
that like
sorry.
connect you to like a tragic environment, like something in your youth.
Yeah, I've had like some of the it's not always something in my youth. It's just that one from being
Okay.
by the tribe and them actually getting me in the face or Okay, mommy's life. So quick hug, or things. It's night time and school in the morning, and we do school differently here. So night.
Good night.
Night,
Good night,
night.
hon.
I'll see you later. I'll be in your closet.
Oh, that worked out really weird because like she was going off screen and Tom was coming on, and it was
Yeah,
like,
so it looked like, I was for a second I thought Tom was gonna leave his screen and pop up on Jenny's screen. Like it was perfect timing.
That would have been great. But other things like in The Conjuring, how they would like pop, the hands would pop up. That has happened with me with before, just out of nowhere, and the only thing you see is just a body part.
Yeah.
Like there have been times where I just saw an arm and a white sleeve, and that's it. So yeah,
Mind blow.
it's
Yeah.
Tom.
I mean,
So what you're saying is it's a personal connection. When a writer actually ends up writing something that like you connect with on this personal level based on an experience you've had, that's what horror kind of is. That's what gets you excited about horror.
yeah, I love being able to experience it, or like the whole spider thing. Spiders scare me so bad. I've woke up with spiders on me before. So yeah. Yes, Tom Dag, what scares you?
What scares me?
Inquiring minds want to know,
Yes.
Ours.
so we can fuck with you with the next thing we write.
Yes. Well, death was one of them. One of the number one.
So we need to write a story about a Reaper named Tom. Got it? Check.
Yeah.
specifically the
Well,
one behind
actually,
Jenny.
but actually, there's more to that. When I do die, I actually want to have somebody dressed up as the Grim Reaper, just standing right next to my coffin.
I'm your man. I'm going to run this broadcast for you, and I'll dress in costume. I got access to unlimited costumes at the haunt. I'll just show up, man.
And he's
I'll follow
tall
you
enough.
for
I'm
I'll
only
follow
can
you
here
for
pull
like
it
a
off.
whole week first. Like I'll follow you in your life for like a whole week first, and you pretend that you don't see me, but everyone else will, to just really drive it home for people.
I'm older than you, so I'm not going to make it there. And I'm also really short, so I'd make a shitty Grim Reaper, like little mini me following you around with a scythe would be weird. But Raz has
You
got
could be
the
a
height.
siren. Be a siren.
There you go.
I could be a so okay. You're like me. The first thing you think of when you hear the word siren is the creature instead of like the big thing that has a speaker on it in town when the tornadoes show up.
Yeah.
I thought Siren Head was this really weird, monstrous thing that had a bunch of lady mermaids screaming coming from the top of it. So I saw the picture. I'm like, that is the weirdest fucking cryptid I've ever heard of, but let's go with it. All right.
All right. So death and what else? What do we got here, man?
Well, spiders do freak me out and everything like that. Because, as a matter of fact, I was helping my mom with her with her pills and everything like that, and so because she has them in these blister packs, and so I pulled up one for the next week, and there was a spider next to my finger, and I was like, "You got to be shitting me!" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I dropped the blister pack, scraping on the floor, and then I just stomped the shit out of that
Die, fucker,
out of the
die.
spider. Yeah. So whenever I see a spider,
the house.
yep, pretty much. The reason why I became afraid of spiders the moment my mom got bit by one a long time ago. There was a jumping spider. She got bit, and she had to go. She was laying on the couch. There was this yellow mark. There was this big yellow, pussy kind of mark on her arm, and so yeah, she had to go to the hospital, get it drained,
Oh wow.
and everything. So she felt like crap right afterwards, and rightfully so, and everything. And I was like,
Oh,
it was
we lost him for a second. There he goes. He's
You're
back.
back.
You're back.
It was the spider.
yeah.
I'm
Probably
even more
press
convinced
keyboard.
I'm inhuman because I had this experience in the first haunt I ever worked for. It was year 3. We had an entire maze made out of visqueen, which is a type of black plastic tarping. Like a whole maze was built out of it in the middle of the woods. And again, brown
It's called
recluse
what
country.
now?
Visqueen. Eisquine. For a long
Okay.
time, that was like the number one thing that you bought. It's like a hard. It's plastic, so it's pliable, like a tarp, but like you would use it for gardening or haunts. In the '90s, exclusively used this for, especially for outdoors. So we had this whole maze built out. We had to go and tear it down. I'm like, okay, no big deal. I walk in there, I kick open the front of the maze, I start ripping shit down, and all you see is the sky is dark. I'm in the woods, but it's like 10, 11 in the morning. It was dark because as the visqueen was coming down, it revealed thick nests everywhere above me of nothing but brown recluse spiders in all different stages. We're talking hundreds, and there were 3 of us. They are raining down. We can now see the light again because the visqueen is gone, and the spiders are all coming down. And I got bit by dozens, all up and down my arms, shoulder, back of my neck. I'm talking dozens at once, everywhere, like everyone's spider nightmare. I'm only, at that time, I was only 15. Like, I should be fucking terrified. The amount of myrrh oil we had to lather on every day. And if you don't know about brown recluses, you also have to take a razor and cut off the hard scabs that form and retreat. Just about every day to every other day if the bites are bad enough to keep the poison from rotting your skin.
Yeah, it's a necrotic.
Yeah.
So
I had to do these treatments for 3 months, and I've still got some scars. But for some fucking reason, the fear, it never dawned on me. I don't know why. I don't know if it's my mental disorder or what it is, but I never thought to be afraid of it. Because then I went on tarantulas. I'll let them crawl on me. Like, I don't give a shit. But if I see a brown recluse, I won't kill it. But I will stop what I'm doing, take a step back, and walk around it, and I'll just leave. Like, it's a healthy respect, but like, I get the fear of spiders for people. I think I'm not human sometimes because of these things.
I had a jackass of a roommate once that had a pet. Okay, I've had plenty of jackasses as roommates, but one of them owned a tarantula, and I kind of felt bad for the poor thing because he kept it in one of those little, like what you'd keep a cricket cage for feeding a tarantula. There's like a little plastic cage is what he kept the thing locked up in all the time.
No.
But he would do shit like wake me up holding the cage right over my face so that I woke up to tarantula and scared the shit out of me. And one time he actually just put it on me and woke me up to a tarantula crawling up my chest and my neck. And I feel bad because I flung the fucker into the wall because that's what you do when you wake up to something climbing on you.
Of course.
Yes, I do.
You know?
This is like when Leah was telling us the story about how he had to, how he had to dispatch all the black rat snakes because they were an actual vermin problem. And I cry inside because that poor spider. Like
I wouldn't have heard it if I knew. Like I
had a human reaction. You woke up, it was there. You're like, what the fuck is happening? That's normal. But I'm mad at him. For putting that spider in that situation.
And last night trio came to say goodnight.
Good night, sweetie.
Good night, baby. Good night.
Sleep well. Dream good.
I fell to the screen. You each get love loops on the nose because, well, of course.
Love loops.
Okay, good night, baby girl.
You're on my list now.
I've gotten a lot better with spiders, though. I don't want big ones hanging out in my house. I will move them outside.
Yeah.
But I will catch it. We found what are they? They're black and the females get huge and the males aren't very threatening. You usually find them in barns. It's a black spider.
Widows?
No, it's not a widow. It's not poisonous, actually. They're just kind of terrifying looking. They're like a barn spider of some sort.
Oh, wolf spiders?
Yes, wolf spiders. Yeah, wolf spiders. I had a little pet one for a while. I kept him in, like, not a pet. I wasn't planning on keeping him for long.
Because they get a little fuzzy.
The little ones do. I had a brandy snifter, actually, and I caught him in it, and then it was cool. I was going to let him go, but I watched him, and he built a web around it, and then a web around it, and was climbing up, and so I let him escape on his own because it wasn't taking him too long. I wouldn't have kept him in there for days or anything, but he was able to build his way out of it, and it was kind of cool. But I do get freaked out by some spiders and too much. And like those videos when they have the ones that hatch on their backs or any of the swarming ones where somebody's put a jar or something, that's just, I'm terrified of
Or
swarms
they hatch out of your face,
things.
you know.
Yeah, I'm scared of swarms and I'm scared of ants because there was an old movie. I think it was just called Ants or
Ants,
something,
yes.
and they
it
were
was
like,
the 60s or 70s or
Yes,
something
it
like
was.
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it starts off and they're like
Black and
breaking
white.
ground for this new hotel,
Yeah.
and it gets filled with ants, and there are people sitting there in the very end. They've like gotten up and people are dying, and they're like, oh, we'll fill it with water, and it's like, ants can swim, you dumb shits, you know, and trying to get them out, and they're like sitting in a circle with wallpaper that they've peeled off the walls and wrapped into tubes so they can have them far enough out that they can try to breathe and do all this stuff. And I watched it and I turned it off because I was scared, and I was sitting at my dad's house and the fucking TV turned itself back on. And that happened a couple
Was
of
it
times
one
at
of the
Dad's house. I don't
Was it
know
one
if
of
it
the
was a
old big
glitch.
tube TVs?
I know it. Dad always has the most modern thing there is,
Okay.
but that happened to me multiple times at Dad's house. Actually, like watching horror movies, it
Fuck
happened
you, you're
during
watching
Carrie too.
this.
Like, yeah, it did. Like the hand from Carrie popped up the first time I ever watched it, and I was like, shit, and I turned it off, and it popped right back on again, and I was like,
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
you're
but
finished.
it happened with, yeah, but it happened with ants as well, and so I'm terrified of ants, and that sounds really stupid. There's also grasshoppers.
There's a movie about that
I-
too.
Yeah, well, okay, so if you've lived in the country
Oh
anywhere,
no, that's cool. Sorry.
you'll know that as you drive down during, like, if you live somewhere in the summer, go out to the country where there are like cornfields and shit, and drive your car on a hot day,
And get killed
and
by a
there
town
will
full of
be
children.
thousands of grasshoppers jumping across the lane, constantly flying. Your windshields, you make sure you have wiper fluid,
Yeah.
because every like 20 feet you're going to be like squirting it to get the dead grasshoppers off of your windshield. But my grandparents, not the ones I was speaking of earlier, my other grandparents on my father's side lived on a farm for 50 years. My aunt had Down syndrome. They got her a Shriner car because my grandpa was involved with that.
That's
And so
cool.
she could drive. Yeah. So they like set up a little area behind the mailbox at the end of the lane. They had a really long lane. You could drive up and turn around at the mailbox and then come back. And then it went all the way down to like where they'd made roads on the property to where like for the tractors to have room, and they raised hogs and cattle. So that all the trucks could get around. She had a lot of area to drive around in. And grandma would always take us on rides in that. And I've had long hair, like they cut it off every now and then, but I've had long hair most of my life. And we were driving one day during the summer, and she took us up there, and it was the grasshopper inundation. And my hair was full of them. We made one lap, and grandma was like, oh my God. And I'm crying. And she, you can't turn around on the lane until you got to the end. And we got back, and she was picking them out and brushing them out of my hair, but they bite.
Yeah.
If somebody lies to you and says grasshoppers aren't harmful, they bite. They
Yeah,
don't
bite.
really cause any problem, but they fucking bite, and it hurts.
Yeah.
And it took her over an hour to get all of the grasshoppers out of my hair, and I'd been bitten and freaked out.
Oh,
And so the entire reason I live in Lincoln right now,
the
actually,
fourth time tonight. I'm sorry.
is because of the grasshopper of destiny. So I've been scared of grasshoppers since that incident. I was little. And for a while, I was into decorating cakes. I was really good at it. I didn't go pro. It was just something fun to do with the family. We'd make really intricate pastries and cakes and stuff. And my sister had a friend who was having a birthday, and it was while that she was in college. And so they wanted the Bud Light penguin back in those days. Yeah, that's how long ago it was. Most of you might not know. But so I made her friend this cake with the Bud Light penguin, and I was supposed to meet her in front of the coffee house downtown Lincoln. And so I was driving there, and I got almost the way into Lincoln, and there's this little interstate that goes right downtown. And so I pulled off of there, and it's still like 60 miles an hour in that area because I hadn't gotten to the 35 yet. And I had my window rolled down this much because I was smoking. 60 miles a fucking hour, a grasshopper flies through my window, lands on my steering wheel directly in front of me. This is while I could still drive before I lost it from the epilepsy, and just sits there. And I'm like, I don't know what to fucking do, So it finally hops off to the side, and I get into town, so I'm able to steer. It had hopped onto my gear shift, and it was an automatic, but you still have to put in reverse and park and stuff. And I pulled up to this thing, and I'm like, I can't. It's there. It's right there. I can't. I don't know what to do because I can't put the car into park to get out, to get away from the grasshopper. And this guy came out and saw me freaking out. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, there's a grasshopper in my car and it's on the thing and I can't park and I can't. And he's just like, oh my fucking God. And so he goes over, he's like, unlock your doors. So I unlock the doors and he goes over and he has like a flannel on and he takes the flannel off and he because keep in mind, he took the flannel off because he wasn't willing to actually swing at a grasshopper on his own because they're scary little fuckers. It's not just me. He goes in and starts swinging this flannel. And finally, the grasshopper takes off, and he was just disgusted in me at the fact that I couldn't park because of grasshopper.
I'd be disgusted at him, and he had to come in swinging a flannel at it. Like, what the fuck?
So I thank him, and I go to pull forward then so that I can park, and somebody sneaks in and parks behind me and takes a spot that I have sacrificed this whole time for. And this guy, and so he just walks off, and I had to go and park like 3 blocks ahead was the closest next parking spot. So I park there and I get out my cake and I'm walking back. And on my walk back, I happen to run into a very close old friend of mine that I just hadn't seen for a very long time. Once again, this is kind of, we didn't have Facebook and shit. Like, it wasn't like no internet level, but it was like kind of didn't really get a chance to catch up with people as much as you do now. And so we caught up and he was living in Lincoln. And then we started hanging out quite a bit and calling each other and hang out. And so I started hanging out in Lincoln and I found job opportunities here. And that's why I ended up moving to Lincoln, was because I happened to accidentally run into one of my close friends who lived here. And it wouldn't have happened had a grasshopper not jumped through my window at 60 miles an hour and landed on my steering wheel and scared the living fuck out of me so that I had to miss the parking space so that I couldn't run into Jared. So
you actually inadvertently mentioned an old fear of mine. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh,
I'll just keep this up.
He's like, next.
Okay. So I was terrified of penguins for about 1.5 years, 2 years of my life. Actually, I'm talking mortally terrified. Would almost piss myself at the sight of a penguin. It was a time of my life where I was experimenting like more than ever with hallucinogens. And I had been watching a lot of South Park, like more than usual. Like while I was tripping, I'd been watching a lot of Adam Sandler stuff. And of course, Billy Madison had a giant penguin. I love that giant penguin. I thought it was hilarious. Well, one day on this particularly bad acid trip, because I was trying to learn how to do this thing where I would put myself by myself alone into a bad acid trip so I could learn skills while I was tripping to bring myself back out again. And I can do it, but don't ever do this, people. This is a really stupid idea. So I'm sitting there, and the penguin from Billy Madison shows up. And he just looks at me, nods his head. He's got a top hat on, and like he's just like, "Hey." I'm like, "I know you, man." And we have this like heartfelt conversation. And then at the end, he stops and looks at me, and a spork materialized, a giant spork, like my height. The spork flies by, singing the song "Spoon Man" by Soundgarden for some reason, and then stops. The penguin just looks at me and goes, "The spaghetti penguins are coming. They're coming to kill you." And then the underwear gnomes from South Park show up. They're grabbing my boxers. They're dancing around the room. Later on, there was literally boxers scattered everywhere, and I never touched them, and no one could figure out why. But then, literally for 3 weeks, almost a full 3 weeks, even when I'm not tripping, the spork is flying by, singing Spoon Man, then the penguin is just there. And he's reminding me, the spaghetti penguins are coming. And if you don't know, there is a such thing as a spaghetti-haired penguin, and they got the most beadiest eyes of all penguins. They're fucking evil looking as shit. And it just kept going and going. Well, my buddy Lucky, who I talk about frequently, he started calling me on the phone and just going, "Doobie doobie doo," from the Bud Light fucking penguin commercial. And then he got a stuffed animal, and him, my current roommate Jason, was also my roommate back at the time, my buddy Dre, just a bunch of people, they started getting little penguin dolls. Because they just thought it was regular penguins at this time. They didn't realize that it was just the spaghetti-haired penguins. They start leaving things. And then one of them actually gets a spaghetti-haired penguin stuffed animal from the zoo and puts it on a remote-controlled car. I come home, and the spaghetti hair penguin is charging at me with a giant spork they made out of cardboard, with a literally playing Spoon Man in the background. And I freaked out, and I grabbed an axe, a battle axe that I had nearby, and I beat the fuck out of this thing. I cut this fucking thing into pieces, grabbed a sword and ran it through, chopped up the car. My buddy then came like surprised it was a joke, knocks on the front door. I open it, I slam the axe into the front door, and I'm like, what the fuck do you want? I'm killing penguins. And he's got the remote control, and this is like a $300 RC car that he's done with me. And he looks and sees this thing, his love and joy just destroyed with this penguin, like chopped to pieces and ran through the sword. And he looks at me. He calls Lucky. Lucky comes over. And I'm just like freaking out, running around the house, like screaming about penguins, like just losing my shit. And then I'm looking, Lucky looks at me, and he does the doobie doobie doo. And that's when I realized he's the one that's been calling me for weeks and doing it. So now I'm pissed at him. Then they find all the other penguin stuffed animals, and I turn around and everybody's holding one. And I'm losing my shit because I'm tripping that day too.
And you have a battle axe.
I just went nuts around the room and just ripped the heads off all the stuffed penguins, threw everything in the trash can, set it all the fuck on fire, would not go to like the penguin portion of any zoo for almost a solid 2 years. And if anyone even mentioned penguins or showed me a penguin, I would lose my shit.
Wow.
Now I like penguins. Just still not spaghetti.
Fucking crazy.
No, it totally was.
Like,
drugs
seriously?
are bad, kids. Drugs are bad.
Yeah, like, okay, the worst thing I ever did was plan out how to kill every single person I knew when I was on
I
acid.
do that anyway.
That was for fun. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
fun.
just, it was more creative. But, like, I did a lot of math, actually, on acid for that.
I've done a lot of great
that
things
was
on
fun.
hallucinogens, but it just,
But
I don't know what it was. It was just,
I encourage people to not use them, though, by torturing them when they're on them.
I
Like,
think if they hadn't terrorized me without realizing what was actually bothering me, I don't think it would have ever gone that far. But I have fantastic friends that's just what we did, and some of us still do to each other, that we just take things too far.
don't do drugs, friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
responsibly if you're going.
my favorite things to do with people on acid are to start off their trip as soon as they're like boosting in, to be like, don't forget to breathe.
Yeah.
Because
I
that
wanna
fucks your
talk
entire
about
trip.
More acid
But-
stories. But yeah, let's
after
get to James
James.
first.
Wow. And I get to follow that one up. Let's see. What?
I'm just gonna randomly hold up the fingers.
But usually I'm just flipping everybody off European style. but no, what just to get this out of the way, what really scares me, what I grew up on, especially with my stories, and you kind of saw that with the one that I showed you guys, the Fine Art of Existence, where I am terrified of dying alone and forgotten.
Yeah.
And I'm also terrified of losing myself to insanity. That's why one of my favorite horror authors, who wasn't a horror author whatsoever, was Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay.
And
What a dick.
And yeah, it's my favorite thing to go into a bookstore or library and go, "You got any dick?" I'd like to
I
get
could
some
really
dick.
use some dick about now.
Yeah, nice thick thing of dick, but it's just, because I'm afraid of these things, it fascinates me, like, and the fact that I do struggle with mental illness myself, specific type. And the fact that I've never had to use hallucinogenics or any type of pharmaceutical help to get the way that I am, that usually freaks everybody out.
Yeah.
And I don't even like to do pain meds very often because they put me in a frame of mind that I'd rather be clear-headed.
I don't care
You
for
can
those.
slip
at
away
all.
there.
Right.
It's too easy.
Right. It's very easy, and especially with the fact that I struggle with clinical depression so badly that sometimes, see, right now I'm kind of in the middle. There are times where I can tell I'm in the manic phase, and the swing is going to be something I need to prepare for, because there are different stages of the depression that I've noticed. Like there's kind of the sweet spot that I call, where it's just melancholy, but I can at least still function and use it to my advantage, if you will. Then there's the depression where I can't move. It feels like there's a vice on my insides crushing myself for no reason, and anything will set me off into crying for no apparent reason, and waking up and wondering, why am I still alive? Why can't I just fucking die? That kind of thing.
And do you mind if I bring up, since we were just talking a little bit earlier about how we used to do this as a buddy check, because it was a chance to check in on everybody's mental health, and it goes back to what was the name? It's a military thing, but it's 22 a day. I believe it is. It 22 a day. And it was because
we did it on the 22nd, or as close as we could to the 22nd of every month. Yeah.
But because they found out in a study years ago that approximately 22 veterans in the United States alone take their lives a day. And so it was buddy check, meant checking in with your friends, making sure that they were in maybe not the best state of mind, but that they were alive, that they knew somebody was there, that they had the reassurance that somebody cared about them, so that they weren't just like, fuck it, I'm done. Just knowing that somebody was there. And it's really important, if you can, to reach out to people and do what you can to let people know you're there. And I also admit that, and I'm not a medical professional, none of us are.
Yeah.
When it comes to this, unless
we cannot give you medical advice, guys. Like we can tell you what happened with us, but we cannot, Right.
Yeah, right. But also realize, if you're someone who also deals with things that, and this is something specifically that I've spoken with James and with Raz before, there will hit a point where I can no longer feel helpful, or I'm there, you can talk to me, but at some points it reaches the dark enough point where I am ineffectual. And so I feel bad, but I do let my friends know, like, I love you so much, but I can't help you when you reach this place, because if I go there, I'm going there with you.
Yeah.
And you just have to be able to know, though, but to still let your friends know you love them, and that they're important, that they do things that are important, and that they are good people, if they are, or that they're great assholes, if that's what they're good at being. But, be there for people. But if it hits you to the point where it's hurting you too, it's okay to take a bit of hurt on yourself, but if it's going to be to the point where it's fucking you up, don't feel bad if you just, I'm sure neither of you wanted to be like, well, fuck you then, because you can't help me at my worst. You understood that it's like,
also, the other
I'll
side
do as much
of
as I can, but
the other side of that is, sometimes you, and this goes for anyone in this situation, you think you're not helping, that you're being ineffectual, but really just providing that safe space for someone to be heard is literally the best fucking. It's not money, it's not hugs, it's not gifts, it's not any of those things. It's providing that space for someone to just know it's okay to be in their dark place, because there's someone that can just know that they're alive, that if they feel unseen or uncared for, that they have that one person that can just say, hey, I'm in a fucked up place, I know it, I just need to talk for a minute. I don't need advice, I need an outlet in a safe environment. And just providing that alone is the number one greatest thing you can do for a human being. But again, you do have to know when to say, okay, I can do this for you, but it's affecting me, it's hitting me hard, but I love you. Can we'll talk about it for a little bit, but let's also get distracted and talk about other things for a while, and then maybe in a couple of days we can revisit with you again. Or that's what you've done. It's like, hey, we've hit that spot, let's revisit this, but right now let's find something that you like that distracts you, which is the second greatest thing you can do for someone in a bad spot. Distract them. You would think it wouldn't, because you're not dealing with problems, but if you're that dark, you're not wanting to deal with the problems. You want distractions. You want to know that it's okay to feel how you feel. It's the
You're
acknowledgement.
living the problem, and you
Yeah.
need to be able to step out of it for a second.
Yep. And you need someone in your life that can tell you, hey, you've gone to this level. No one else is willing to step up and tell you you've hit this really dark, fucked up place. And I need you to be aware that you've reached this dark, fucked up place because maybe you don't quite realize how bad it is. You know it's bad because you're living it, but an outside perspective in a safe environment it can change the way you see things and how you're dealing with it or the lack of dealing with it, and it's also beneficial.
Yeah. So, yeah, basically we're just kind of doing the like letting everybody know it can be hard, and do what you can, but if you hurt yourself, you're not going to be there to hurt them or hurt them. Well, I mean that's true too, but
Wow. Yeah.
to help them anymore.
Is that a permission to speak situation? Speaking of suicide, I know someone has a lot to say about that. No.
Oh god.
And the day that I did that on accident without thinking about how it came across.
One of our first 22 a day buddy checks, we're sitting around talking, and it was weird because there was like, I had this one moment in time where we had like 10, 15 people on that were like all talking, and we're all having really shit lives at that point. And so we're like, I was just like, I'm so glad so many of you are chiming in. Fuck. That sounds so wrong. It's like, I meant to say that, like, I feel glad that you're willing to share and you're wanting to share, and that we're all talking about it and like having the discussion. And I hope that it's helping to be able to get a chance to talk about it. And then a little while later, we're going through and like suicide gets brought up, and I hadn't talked for a while. I was just kind of paying attention, and Raz was trying to include me back in the podcast. And he's just like, speaking of suicide, Del has a lot to say here about it.
I'm just trying to get her involved, yeah. And
so I do.
Like,
okay. So yeah, kids, talk to Del about all of your suicidal situations because she has a lot to say. But no, I mean, talk to people, man. We're all family.
Yeah.
We love you.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you can
Tom
send us a
does too.
message, a comment on an old YouTube video, email, whatever. I mean, like, we don't do this show for any reason but to do this show and like get things out and talk to people. Like, even when we start doing ads in the fall, you'll never see an ad on this show on a padded cell. You'll never see us plug or sell a product really on padded cell. Like this particular show is just for us and you to just get shit out. Like that's just how it's always been and always will be.
Speaking of which, this episode is brought to you by.
This episode is brought to you by crippling depression.
It's brought to you by Prozac.
Big Pharma.
The thing that like makes me the angriest and gets me the most depressed is pain. The sheer amount of pain. You were talking about, James, about not wanting to do like pain pills. I'm the same way, and it's that sheer amount of pain you live in every day. Like, obviously, different medical reasons. Like that's what drives, I think, most of my anger and depression is knowing I'm in that much goddamn pain, and no matter what I do, I can't do anything about it. That's just life. That's just what it is.
I think that covers all of us, doesn't it? Have some sort of physical manifestation constantly going.
Well, the problem I have with the not the over-the-counter pain meds, but I'm talking about stuff like Oxycontin.
Yeah, the big stuff. Yeah,
and, morphine. It's just puts me in. I like it too much.
Yeah,
because
I was
it puts
addicted
me
to
in a
morphine
state.
after my wrestling accident. Like a big addiction to it. Like
I list myself as allergic to it because it fucks with me so much.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead, James.
Sometimes I have to take it because the pain's that bad, but then it's kind of, especially at first, where it's like, well, I'm numb from feeling anything in this life. I should take it more, and then that kind of scared the crap out of me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm so scared to ever take any again. Even when I need them at my worst, I'm just terrified because I'm not a stupid kid just randomly taking drugs like I used to be when I was growing up. I'll do the occasional acid or shrooms, but mostly it's just weed. I don't even drink really. But like, I'm afraid. I'm just so afraid that I'm just going to take just one. And that's going to be enough to make me realize, hey, fuck all that shit and just do that from now on. Like, I'm so terrified of that, man.
I I've had friends who, one girl burnt herself really bad at a cooking job, and we held her wake the next week in my apartment because she took her normal pain meds. She drank 2 beers, and she died because they counteracted each other. She wasn't even trying to party. She had 2 beers and the recommended dose. She wasn't overtaking or anything like that. And I've had quite a few friends overdose.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it was on prescription, like they were on the prescription. Some of them, yes, like would save them up and then take too much for the sake of it. But I don't know, like I've gotten to where I would rather have pain than nausea. I don't know why. I can handle pain better than feeling like I need to throw up. So morphine, direct morphine anyway, always makes me feel sick to my stomach. And I was in the hospital once for something I'm not going to get into. I was in a lot of pain, and I'd signed off, on all of my treatment stuff, and the nurse, and I'm pretty sure this isn't how it works, but said, you signed authorization for us to treat you, so we're going to keep pushing the button on your morphine to give it to you every chance we can. And I'm like, seriously, this is making me sick. I don't want to be sick. And they're like, we don't want you in pain. I'm like, I would rather be in pain than be sick. Please stop. And she would not stop giving me morphine. And so I was being force-fed morphine for a 15 to 24-hour period. And so now that's why when I go into the hospital now, I just sign myself up as allergic to morphine, because I cannot let somebody force that or any variation of it into my system. I mean, there are other ones like oxycodone and stuff like that, or whatever they give you when you get I know a lot of friends who've gotten it when they get their wisdom teeth removed.
Yeah.
I don't have that much tooth pain. I let them numb me up when I get a tooth removed, but then I just take Tylenol and aspirin. You alternate, or ibuprofen. You alternate between the two, and I'm good. I had my teeth cleaned 2 days ago, and they don't numb me up at all, where I know people who need to get the maximum amount of shots done just to get a teeth cleaning done.
Yeah.
They were grinding my teeth. I had these two. You can't really tell. I'm not going to stick my face into the camera for y'all to look, but after my teeth had gotten removed a while ago, I had to get the wisdom teeth removed and then one over here because I grind my teeth at night. And even though I wear a mouth guard, this is a while ago when it happened, but I broke my teeth. And so my teeth have moved to where I now have this huge overbite. And so my bottom teeth, like a mouse or a rat, just started growing because there was nothing stopping them from growing up. And so they're going to put a skin graft in here pretty soon because they've grown up that far. But then I'm getting braces, so it should all fit back into where everything's aligned right. Anyway, really long story about orthodontia, but he ground my teeth down the other day so that they were even and lower, a lot lower than they had been before. And they can only go so far before they hit the actual tooth. This is the extra stuff that grew above it. But I'm like, I can smile more because even though you guys can't see it, I'm always self-conscious about a little gap in the tooth there that grew out because of stuff. Because I had really good teeth. So kids, brush, floss. Seriously, floss. Flossing is a big thing.
Yeah.
If you don't, it seems like it's stupid, but floss to show your teeth, because otherwise you might end up with gaps in between them.
Yeah.
Because everything will grow up.
Yeah. I just take mine out and wash them out underneath the sink and stick them back in. That's how I do it. But you were going to say something, Jenny. What were you going to talk about? We were talking about the pain pills and stuff.
Sorry.
One point it scared me most. I had to have the back tooth removed. The
molar.
tooth, while I was pregnant. And the doctor said for the short amount of time you'd have to take the pain meds, it should be okay. I didn't. I decided I would have rather been sitting there in the middle of the night, not get any sleep until the pain finally subsided from having the tooth pulled, than have another pill mess up another child. Because the whole, by the time we figured out what was happening with Sophie's heart and the Zofran, nobody was willing to take our case. But she has 3 heart defects. I wasn't about to let a pain pill mess up Dante.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's terrifying when you got to be on that, in that situation.
Oh, yeah.
No.
My doctors were like, oh, your seizure meds, they're great. You're fine. And then 2 years later, these are some of the worst things you could possibly have been on when you're pregnant.
Yeah.
But
Right.
fortunately,
But-
everything turned out okay in my case.
Turns
Speaking of
out-
case,
I forgot about that.
Okay, but I am allergic to nitrous oxide. They no longer use nitrous oxide, but they discovered this when I was a young child. I think I was either 7 or 8 when I went to the doctor. In Ewing used to have a dentist.
really?
They brought in, yeah, they set up one of those trailer type buildings that you can
Yeah,
move.
that's what I just had my MRI in the other day.
Right. But we went to the dentist and I had to do some minor dental work, so they put me under with nitrous oxide. And I remember going under and then coming to, and my mom's in the room. The dentist is like shaking me. And then when he sees me wake up, he has this look that says, "Oh, good, I'm not going to jail now." You know,
Right.
Oh, wow.
and mom's threatening to call my dad because this was like 1982, 83, and dad was in Washington, Pacific Beach, Washington, at the base getting ready for us to go over there, and she did
Dad?
end up calling him, and he was pissed. He was,
That
yeah,
particular sentence got a doctor laid out when I was a kid
yeah.
by a
So,
7.5-foot person.
wow.
So, yeah.
See,
Right.
I had a dentist who was really, really fond of using nitrous on kids when I was little. It was before Schlabitz was around. Yeah, we don't talk about him. I got so much anger against that man. But I went to this dentist and he would just, like, as we were kids, for anything, he would just give all the kids nitrous. I don't know if it was like a thing or if it was just like easier for him or what. But he had a poster, one of those little like kitten posters, like hanging there or something like that, on his ceiling right above the dental chair. And so he'd lay us back, put on the nitrous, and he'd be like, raise your hand when you can touch the cat. And at first I was like, what? You know, and then, like 20 seconds later, I'm like, petting the kitty. And so he's like, okay, you're good. And then he'd take it off and I'd be like, I'm just going to pet the kitty. And he's doing all this shit in my mouth. And I'm like, oh. And I'd start to be like, oh, what are you doing? He's like, oh, there's the kitty again.
Time for a booster.
Yep.
I think the thing that got me
In there.
with
What?
the more. Go ahead, Jenny.
I said we keep our hang in there kitty right beside the toilet.
That's horrible. That's terrible.
Sometimes as a mom, you just go to the bathroom to breathe for a minute to calm down.
Oh, I was thinking more of a like,
And then just to sit there and look at the kitty and then be like, okay, let's try this again.
completely
Carrie
different.
was
reason
thinking
for
about
that.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, when you're constipated, that's the last thing you want to see. You just,
Right.
no, get out of there, kitty. Fucking go away.
This too shall pass.
Something that I think that I'd love everybody to understand about addiction. This isn't something I don't think I've ever talked about it really publicly, or like definitely never like in a streaming kind of forum. I've talked to like little pieces about some things that's happened in my life, but around the period of time where I got addicted to morphine, I just had the wrestling accident, which I've talked about. They thought I was going to be paralyzed for life. Eventually, I fought back. I started getting feeling in my feet. But I talk about my musical career, but what a lot of people don't know is I was getting out of that, like being able to finally walk again. That's when my music career really kicked in, and I got with a big band and shortly started like doing all kinds of stuff there for a while. And this wasn't even the band I toured with. That was a little bit later down the road. But this band was starting to get bigger. It was starting to go places. And I met this girl that saved my life. And I was young. I was too young to get married. And she got pregnant, but like she was my angel. Like she kind of helped me like not want to be on the medication. She helped me get off of it. You know, my life was great. And then she got hit and killed by a drunk driver while she was pregnant, just a couple months before she gave birth. And then that was just like, I remembered what morphine felt like. I remember what that was like. I remembered not caring. And then I quit that band, quit music, and then of course like started doing club security. And club security, no one gives a fuck about you. You're there to do a job, man. Like no one cares about you, your time, your life. You're just there eating shit from everybody, and you're not caring because you're probably drinking on the clock, and we all did, and afterwards. And so I became an alcoholic. I started doing the pills again. And at that point in time, I still had a prescription. I just went ahead and talked to my doctor, and they just put me back on it, basically, because the pain was still pretty bad. And I got with another band, which turned out to be Freak. That's the one I toured with. For the first probably 3 or 4 years that I was with that band, no one knew that I was an addict. People knew I drank in excess sometimes, but I held a normal job. I was a functioning alcoholic and addict. Like I never stole money from people. I always seemed to have money saving, like in my savings account. I was responsible. But when they weren't paying attention to me and I was by myself for any period of time, I was literally just drinking nonstop and taking pills. And I overdosed 4 times. That's something that, I've never said out like loud before. And all 4 of those times, you reach that point during an overdose where you've realized something is not right because your body just starts to shake. You can feel everything falling apart. You shit yourself. You piss yourself like you're about to die. And your thoughts are, I'm dying. This is it. These are the things that I'm leaving behind, and this is the life I've made for myself. If I survive this, I'm going to be better, and I'm going to stop these things. But what's hard about being an addict is if you survive that, you forget about it a day later. Not that you forget the experience, but you forget how it felt when you thought you were dying. You forget what that's like. And so to forget about it even more, you take another pill. You drink more. And then you get in these cycles with these little overdoses that are constantly happening. Meanwhile, you're damaging your internal organs so bad, you're probably going to die soon anyway. And you get into that cycle. And that's what depression is like. Because I had plenty of mental illnesses I suffered during that time, but I just didn't care. Like I had a life. I had family who loved me, friends who gave a fuck about me. I was going to school, one of my college careers during that time while I was doing all this. Had a nice job. I paid a lot of money in my job. I had a band that was making it. We had just released our first album, and it was during our first big album release. So 10,000 copies for a local little shitty band, of that album. Got featured in newspapers, and then I had my 4th overdose. And that time, I disappeared for 4 weeks from the band, from everywhere. I came back. I was a different person after that. And I was still doing pills, just a little less. I was still drinking a little less. But I literally left. I went to the family farm, which I hadn't been to in a couple of years, and the reservation. Again, at that point in time, I just hadn't been there for years. And I remember being there and like surviving this, I was going to go there to die. Basically, I literally hitchhiked. I felt my body starting to shut down, and I just went to the highway. And I don't know the name of the guy that picked me up. I'll never know his name. Never know him. It was an older gentleman. He happened to be driving south. He was going to visit family down in Tennessee. I was going that way, and I passed out and shit and pissed myself in his car and almost died. But he knew the address I was going to, and he decided that he was going to make sure my body got to where it needed to go. And about 3/4 of the drive, I was alive, and he explained everything to me. I gave this guy a lot of money because, again, I had a lot of money. Like, we stopped when it was light out. We went to a car wash. I paid to have his car detailed, like everything, obviously. I mean, I did well by him, unfortunately. And then he took me the rest of the way. And I got to the farm. I kind of got to see everybody. Went to the reservation again for a little bit. That was the last time I was ever actually at the reservation. And I just kind of stopped. And I spent that whole several weeks. I didn't want to come into family's home. I literally lived in the woods. I lived in the woods for that 3 to 4 weeks. Just so I did. If I needed to eat, I was in the woods. I found something, plants, animals. If I could manage, start a fire, I just lived in there because I decided that if I went back to my life, there was going to be a 5th time or a 6th time or a 7th, 8th, 9th time. And I knew it. And if I didn't figure it out then, I was done. And so I spent all that time, like, I talked about my vision quest when I was 18. I talked about a lot of stuff like that, but this was like a weird version of that because I had my visions. I knew my path in life, but I'd forgotten it. I'd forgotten everything, who I was, what I was. I was just a person that was in a band. I was a person that had a job. I was a person that had friends and family. But I didn't feel like a person anymore. And it was when I consciously realized that I didn't feel like a person anymore. And I still don't today. I do not feel like a human being. And that's when all this started. I realized that I would never be a person unless I chose to be. And I went back and I started weighing myself down because I was still pretty addicted. And like a dumbass, I took stuff with me because that's what addicts do. We hide things even when we're going to quit. But I got back and then I met someone online, which turned out to be my first wife. And she was the first one to really like help me kick it. And I'll never forget that either, because this was just, I came back. We had already been talking on the internet. We met on the internet in a mental health chat room, actually. And I disappeared from her for a while, too. And we'd known each other for like 8 months. We talked on the phone, video chat through AIM, all this stuff on AOL. And I get back. I tell her where I was. I come back to the band. Everything's fine. No harm, no foul. I go back to my job right where I left off because I was a great employee. And my security job that I still held on the side. And life resumed, but she came down to visit. And she came down to visit and saw the shape I was in. And we got together. We decided she was going to stay. She moved all the way from Florida. She stayed. We went and got her stuff, moved back. We got our first apartment. And she said, it's time to do this. I was like, what? She was like, you got to stop. She's like, the occasional shrooms, the weed, that's fine. But the drinking, you got to cut it out. But the pills, they've got to go. You're willfully killing yourself. And after you just had this other vision quest, you're telling me you want to be a human again or a person, but that's not what your actions are reflecting. And so for a week, I stayed in the apartment, and everybody in the band knew about it. Like my close friends and family knew that this was my time to kick it. And if you've never had to kick an addiction before, it will almost kill you many times. You will shake harder than you did when you thought you were dying, when you were in overdose. It's worse. It's worse than the overdose. So when I came out on the other side of that again, that was when I finally was able to stop the addiction. But the depression stayed with me. I'll always be an addict. I'll always be an alcoholic. I don't do those things, but those things change you forever. Just period. For the rest of your life, how you interact with everyone is just different forever. There's no coming back from it. It's just, I'm not doing it now. And the thought of all those things that I went through, the addiction, how bad it got, and during that time, left and right, friends are doing the same thing I'm doing. The very people I'm popping pills with, I'm going to their funerals. Still. Just doing all of that. And addicts get a lot of shit. People look down on addicts because they say, how can you waste your life? The thing is, we don't know that we're wasting our life. We want to be in less pain physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever it is. We're trying to live. That's it. We just don't know any other way. And I really hate it when people trash addicts, even right in the middle of their addict phase. Like, yeah, a guy stole some shit for me to go do some drugs. It sucks, but that's what he felt he needed to do. And it's like people getting vilified for having mental illness. It's, addiction is a mental illness, but it's a mental illness that people make fun of, that they belittle more than any other mental illness because they say it's a choice, but it's not. At a certain point, the drug chooses. You don't anymore, no matter how much you want to. But between the overdoses and the getting clean, like you never come back from it, and it'll be a part of your brain. And you'll think every day, I could just do this one thing. I haven't had a pain pill in decades, like probably 11 or 12 years. But what if today I just take one? I don't know. And that's the most terrifying thing is, would that one pill at the right moment be that one thing that just brings it all back?
I think the people that need to be villainized in that situation are the dealers. And
all mine was prescription, every fucking bit, because that was during the beginning of the opioid crisis where no one gave a fuck.
Yeah, and that happened way more often than it should have. I knew someone who I didn't know them well. I'm not going to be like, something.
Yeah.
But
we still knew them. You knew of them.
Yeah, somebody in my circle overdosed on heroin, and his dealer was taken to court for involuntary manslaughter or manslaughter, something like that. And he went ahead and he'd gone to court. He'd been bailed out and was living with his parents at the time. And they knew he was going to be found guilty, and he felt so bad about it and knew what was going to happen. So before they could lock him up, right before the trial that was going to have his sentencing hearing, his mom found him the next morning. He'd killed himself. to get over it.
Yeah.
And it's just like that cycle. But what you were talking about with the opioid crisis, yeah, there was a time where people, it was awe-inspiring when suddenly different pharmacies started connecting with each other just to make sure they weren't all filling the same prescription.
And a lot of them found out they were.
Yeah, it was a huge deal, and you have to sign all these pain contracts and do stuff now. What I wanted to grab onto, though, that what you were saying was that you didn't feel like a person.
Mhm.
And there was something that I learned in my sociology class taught by Dr. Jim Farger, that he was like, it was basically an interview. Who are you? Was the question. Who are you? And if you ask most people that question, on average, they will give you 3 to 5 answers. And generally, 95% of them are roles that they play. I am a mother. I am a teacher. I am a fan of this. But they don't go in. So people don't, they try to identify themselves in roles instead of identifying themselves. And this might be an American thing. I'm not positive. I think it is more prevalent in American society because of the way that we treat everything as like this, and this, instead of just letting people be, act in different ways.
Labels and status.
Yeah.
Stereotypes.
But I think it's important that people take the chance to sit and be like, okay, who really am I? And write out something that isn't like, I am a this, write out like, I love to read. Not I am a reader. No, I love to do this. I experience this. These are the things that make me exist as a human being, not a role type that you play. So if you have time, think about it at some point.
Yeah.
And when you expand that from being like, I am a fan of this, or I am a doer of these deeds, you can connect more with that actual thing too. Like, I'm a baker, so, I sit and do this all day. It's what I do. But remember why you started doing it, because it inspired you to do something. You enjoyed it, doing it so much. Get back that joy in your life that you can have from the things, instead of just being someone who does. Remember why you do it. Enjoy it. Love it. Feel it. And then it's not going to keep everything away, but it gives you something that you can do that will help when you're dropping down really far. Like if you're a baker, fucking knead out some dough, make some bread, and beat the shit out of it while you're doing it if you're not in a good state of mind. And embrace it and butter it and throw some garlic on it or something, or whatever you want. And remember why you enjoyed doing it in the first place.
Anybody else being kind of turned on right now?
Honestly, that's how Raz happened. Raziel was a name given to me like when I was very young. It was a religious name. It was part of who I was. But the band wanted me to shorten it, and Raz made sense. I came out in a straight jacket. My first show ever, I was in a Spirit Halloween straight jacket because Raz was crazy.
That's how I saw David Draymond the first time.
But that was my first shtick. Raz was Crazy's middle name, and I had mental illnesses. I was an addict, and that happened. So when I had to hit that phase of who am I, I'm Raz. And Raz, this is what Raz does. He can talk to people in public. He doesn't have social anxiety, crippling social anxiety. He's not borderline agoraphobic. He doesn't have mental illness. He can go out there and get on a stage in front of 2 people or thousands and captivate everyone. He wakes up every day and he makes the best of life and he goes for everything. And that's what I became, because the person that I was did die during all that. And when I talk about legally wanting to change my name, I get a lot of shit for this. Well, that's why, because that person who my parents wanted me to be died. That person that you knew when you were a kid has been dead for decades. And that was when that became who I was, because I realized all the qualities that I always wanted, I didn't have them because of the addictions and because of the not believing in myself. So I decided I don't need self-esteem. I'm Raz. I don't need self-confidence. I'm Raz, and I'm just going to go fucking do it. And that's a mental illness in itself. That's a other ball of wax. But I survived by becoming this other person, and that's who I am now. So yeah, I don't feel like a person. I don't feel human. I don't have to, because I feel like Raz. I'm a Razist. I follow Razism. I live in Raztopia. This is who I am, because this is how I survived, and this is how I came back, and it's who I am now. And again, I traded one mental illness for another, but this is the mental illness that keeps me alive. So I feel like it was at least a positive change.
And by the way, folks, if you know somebody who is going through some shit or is having a shitty point in their life, and you feel like pointing out what they had been competent at before, don't.
Yeah, no,
Because
that changes.
those of us who were younger and given the like, oh, you're a prodigy or something like that, and then like things change in life, and I mean, some go on to do amazing, awesome things. Some go on to do amazing, awesome things that have nothing related with that. For me,
Mhm.
I'm a published author. I don't have a lot out there. I'm by no means like successful at it. I don't make money or anything.
Mhm.
But when people say, but when you were young, you had so many options, that just makes me bleed because you're
Yeah.
telling me that I failed because I'm happy where I am in life.
Yeah, we're not where you want us to be or thought we would be.
Yeah. So
My dad was like that. My dad would always be like, "You're not the kid I thought we were raising. Well, you didn't do this, so I'm disappointed." Or pop in the face real quick, one of those things. And it's that kind of, I think, drove a lot of that too, to not be the person that had that name. And it's hard to explain that to people too. Like, it's really hard for
Yeah.
people to get that.
I am doing everything I can not to have that with my kids. I tell them every day I'm proud of who they are. I'll come start out. I don't understand what you're talking about. You're gonna have to help me get better in this conversation. But just because I don't understand what we're talking about doesn't mean they're not the person I want them to be, because I just want them to exist.
Yeah. I mean, I did that with Brooke for a long time when she was younger, and then because her father was around, but he wasn't really around then, so I was dad. And I told her, I was like, you can call me dad, you can call me Raz, you can call me hey fucker that sits on the couch. Whatever you want, that's what we're doing. What are you interested in today? Okay, that's what we're gonna go do. Now she's older, she's engaged now. She's an asshole. I'll look at her and say, honey, I love you. I love everything you do, but I don't like you right now. Go the fuck away. But she's also at that age where I can say that. But it was always also, I've never been a dad before. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I told her and Matt this, told her this from a young age, but Matt, when he came into the picture, I don't know. I've been Uncle Raz. For a time, I was Uncle Jesse because of Full House, because of my real name, and I'm obsessed with Elvis and had a thing about my hair for a very long time in my youth. So that was a joke I still get from some people from time to time. But that's it. I was Uncle Raz, so a million kids. I was one to babysat all my friends' kids when they had something to do because I cared about the fucking kids and I wanted to know what they like. But I didn't have to take you home for the rest of your life. I didn't have to raise you like that. So I'm gonna fuck up. And your job as the kid is, when I'm fucking up, let me know. Let's sit down.
Everybody
How am I
fucks up.
fucking up?
You want to know?
But I always teach her exactly what Jenny's talking about. Every generation's got that option to be better than the generation before. We don't have to worry about how we were raised or how we watch people raised or how we were treated. It's on us to treat them better and to teach them to teach the next generation better.
We'll let you in on a little secret that I've discovered here. Taking care of my friend's 6-year-old, not right now, but in the past, just coming to the conclusion that I don't think anybody really knows what the fuck they're doing.
No.
As far as being a parent, especially right at the beginning.
That's why I wanted to admit that, because I grew up thinking my parents had the answers for everything until I got a little older and found out they didn't, and I was terrified when I found out that they didn't know what the fuck was happening. So I'm figuring I'm going to lead with that. I'm going to lead with, I don't know what the fuck's happening. You tell me.
It's terrifying, but also freeing in a way.
Yeah.
When you suddenly realize that your parents are human and that you're human, you feel like a dick for like everything that you put them through as well.
Oh, we tell Brooke that all the time. Like, you're going to grow up and get into a situation. You're going to have kids. They're going to do the same thing, and you're going to call it. We're going to get the call that we've given, our mothers. The I'm sorry. I just experienced this on the other side of this. God, was I an asshole?
Yeah.
I never got to have that phone call. She died when I was 12.
Oh.
So, yeah. But I realized it after I got older, so I figure, in theory, she has heard me at one point where I said, "I'm sorry, Mom.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was being a little brat."
Yeah, I mean that's the same as the phone call. It's the out loud admission because it's for them just as much as it is for you to realize.
Okay, I know we can't squirrel on this show, but I'm squirreling because it was something that came in my head.
This whole show
Like
is squirrels.
20 minutes ago, I was going to ask Tom something. And then we kept talking and it got very serious. And so I didn't want to change the topic. No, I'm good sharing. This is a great group therapy session. But to lighten things up a little bit, I was going to ask Tom, because we've been talking about constipation, if he would do his impression of Al Pacino.
Oh, yes, please.
Being constipated. You're like, why is she asking me about constipation? Speaking of constipation, here's something Tom would like to talk about.
Fingers in the butt. Steve Van Sampson. Depression, addiction, Al Pacino.
Yeah, hey, listen to this. This is great.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh.
Great ass.
That felt like Tom doing Al Pacino, doing Paul Rubens with his death scene from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I absolutely love that pressure.
Nice.
Thank you. I wanted to lighten things up, and I'm like, Tom, can you do Al Pacino constipated? Bam!
That would be a perfect thing to end on. But
Honestly, I think it might be, because we're 3 hours and 40 minutes into this, guys.
Holy shit, I was thinking it was almost 3 hours, but you're right, it's almost 4. Shit.
Yeah, we're going on 4 hours again, and we don't want to beat out Drew's record, because then he'll feel obliged to have to sit here till like 3 in the morning his
time. He can
time.
say that shit for the 24-hour stream.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this 24-hour stream?
We're talking about wanting to do that in January. This is something that was a tradition with me and Jason with the Raz and Dark podcast, and then with Twisted Geekdom, where once a year we would get together and we'd figure out what funds we needed to run the whole network. Which it's never that. It's a lot less than people think. Well, it's both less and more than people think, depending on how you look at it. So at the beginning of every year, we'd do a giant 24-hour thing where every guest we'd ever had was invited to come back on. We'd do some Let's Play video game stuff during the stream, just absolute insanity for 24 hours. We'd take that money, half went to a charity, and half went, the rest covered our bills for the network for an entire year. And it was a lot of fun. It was like a walk down memory lane with everyone from the whole prior year. And it was just a big thing that was like really important to us that we did. So I wanted to bring that back for us. And we talked about like maybe doing it during the summer with another group. It kind of didn't pan out. Then we talked about doing it ourselves this summer. Well, this summer's about over. And we realized at this point in time that the best option would be to just towards the beginning of next year, January, when I know I'm home a lot more when it's winter time, unfortunately, because there's no hunt to go out and do during. We take off kind of most of January. So we kind of thought that would be a good time at the beginning of the year to kind of revisit and redo that whole thing.
Grab all the different guests that we've had. Anybody who wants to hang out and just spend 24 hours. I mean, like schedule sleeping times. And I promise I won't sleep 14 hours a day during that one. Yeah,
I'll probably be one of the few that does the whole 24. Just because I do that normally sometimes.
But, yeah, we set up schedules and have different things going on different times. Post up a list for people to follow, and like if you want to watch this stuff or this stuff,
like an old school telethon.
Tape it all.
It was the vibe behind the original version. It wasn't like an old school telethon. So.
Yeah, and then afterwards break it down into segments and stuff like that. So if people wanted to just see something without having to skip 20 hours to watch.
So that'll take me like a month to do. After that episode comes out, it'll take me like a month to go back and cut all of it. I'll do it.
Yeah, have storytelling segments, and they got a movie.
Other people have copied it, but no one has done it in the right spirit with the charity and with everything involved, because it's just as important to us to give as it is to get. So.
Yeah, and it's not to cover our personal bills. It's to cover things like
StreamYard.
paying for StreamYard, for instance.
The bare
and
minimum of just things that we struggle with
Cover-
that, would make our life a little bit easier.
covering merch that like we've been covering out of pocket for the whole season. It's just something to like.
Unboxing.
If we get something, it's only going to be spent on giving it straight back to people. So
just for us to keep doing what we love doing, like just the bare minimum, because the focus is more on the charity.
Yeah.
But we're also
Majority of it
completely like, it's one of those things where this isn't how much money we made. We split it down the middle. This half all went to charity. This half, we're going to tell you guys what we used it for. We had to pay this much in streaming. Like it's complete, like just above the board. This is what happened. This is where your dollar went to. Because I think that level of like just openness and clarity is important with something like that.
This
So
part
if you're
went to my-
watching,
this
let
part
us know
went
what
to
kind
my-
of things you'd like to see about.
Yeah,
Like, what kind
give
of-
us some ideas.
This
like
part
in
went to the ministry of my solid gold Humvee.
Yeah.
So
This went to the North American Beer Monkey Fund. Well, not
And
that.
this was all spent on a drone flying around trying to find Bigfoot for 7 hours.
Yeah.
Before the battery died, and we couldn't find it because that was what the GPS was up to.
Fun
as
fact,
well.
I already have the drone. It's actually legitimately in a box in storage, and I'm waiting for it. I just need the battery capacity, so only you can help me find Bigfoot.
we accidentally flew it over a secret compound in Montana and got shut down.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah,
You get to see explosions.
Yay!
Two brothers.
Things go boom.
Yeah. Our next
Anyway.
Sunday you see us, we're doing, is that the big unboxing / end of season thing we're doing? Or
Okay, here's the deal, folks. I have gotten, we have Carissa Grant, who from Worthy Chaos, she is doing a comic book that she is running mostly off of Kickstarter. So she has been doing that, and we've covered a couple of her stuff.
She was on her
things
last
before
Paddock
on various
also.
shows. Yeah, and she is amazing. She has a new Kickstarter going for her latest comic release. And they covered it in the first 7 hours, and that covers the printing costs. But please go check her out, Worthy Chaos, and just find the Kickstarter. You'll go. It takes a little bit more to cover like the shipping and stuff, and the extras that she gives out. But I have her last one because I can't do this one obviously yet because it hasn't been funded yet.
Yeah.
But she has hit all of her stretch goals every single time. So I don't always buy them. I can't buy the most expensive packs, but I bought one of her Kickstarters, so I will have like the things that came with that, all of the stretch goals going with it. I've also, you guys have noticed, we have had on John Crissa a number of times on
Love John.
Unwrapped. John is awesome. He puts together the best comic book packs. If you've seen like our epic comic book opening, we all got packs from John, and it was like the box
Also
art
some of our
is worth
logos.
holding on to. Yeah, John is
Mats
a
and
member
Monsters,
of
we
the
got a number of
Owlite
them.
Army.
Yeah.
And he's been contributing to the logos and helping out with stuff. We're going to grab a box of his that he had some Batman stuff that he was doing, and it's a mystery box, but there is a chance out of the 15 boxes that he made, I believe it was, that you can win. I can't remember which issue of Batman it is, but it's a revered issue in a slab, rated 9.8 that he has, that one of the people who bought the box will get. Even if I'm not a winner or not the winner, everything he puts together in a package is a winning package. Like you get first editions of this or consecutive covers of this or something. He
We're
puts
about
together
to break
great
down the
boxes.
giant unboxing we do where we all open a John box here in the next week or so. You're going to be able to actually see all the individual stuff because that's the next thing I'm tackling for our shorter video.
Oh, yeah, and I have to send you the video because I missed some of my prizes when I got that. I found later, like he wraps the boxes intricately and like he does his own art, Silverback Graphics, and he does great art. And I missed mine when I was because there was so much stuff going on. But he does these great things, and the stuff that he wraps the boxes in and the packages in is like that wasn't good enough for me to sell.
Art.
Yeah, he's like,
But
just
we
cut
love
through it. And we're like, everybody I know, even on the splash pages, people who are like serious comic book collectors are like, dude, I'm like cutting that out with an X-Acto knife and framing it, dude.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I have
He does-
nearly everything I got from him framed. Okay.
It's thrilling. And then I also went ahead and somebody else that we've done Unwrapped with before are
Say it.
Steve Van Sampson's
Yes.
stuff from Rough House Publishing.
Horns and everything.
And Rough House not only does Steve Van Sampson books and some other horror stuff, they also have a comic book, well, a couple of different comic books that they put out. And they're, what's the word again for like their anthology comics, basically? Is that, it's like you get a bunch of different comics put together. So I ordered 2 issues of Gore Shriek. One of them is Derek Rook's cover on the second one. And Derek we had on the last time we did an unboxing because he does a lot of the art for Steve Van Sampson, who can also Steve Van Sampson.
Thank you.
Who can also do his own artwork. But that's like what Derek does. And Derek is in both of them. Steve is in one of them. I'm trying to organize it so that we can get all of my stuff in together. Hopefully, I'm looking at dates, and it should be coming in all this week.
If you thought this episode was long, that's going to be our longest one of the season.
Oh, Jesus, yes. I want to get Carissa, and I want to get John, and I want to get Derek, and I want to get Steve, and I want to get us, and open up, like, for our season finale of doing the unwrapped stuff, because seriously, it is expensive, but these are all things that I'm just ordering anyway, but they just happen to come along with, like, I ordered this, and it's not just, hi, I got a book. Done. This is like, hi, I got a book, and
But we talk about it, yeah.
And these are all comics. So it's this perspective of John putting together his mystery boxes with all his own art and all his own shit and how he does it. He puts together these letters that tell you, like, exactly what is important about the comics that he gives you.
Oh, yeah.
And then Carissa doing her Kickstarter where she's like, okay, you can buy these different tiers and what you get. And then each one increases, each Kickstarter that she's done. One of the rewards, the first tier reward, is some free PDF, some free digital comics. And it started off with like 16, and then everyone since she's done that has added another 4 to it. So if you're a repeated go-to, you're adding 4 comics to it. If it's your first time, you get all the ones from before and everything that's been added on since. And so we have the Kickstarter thing with that. And then we go to Rough House, who every big release with their books, they try to release like a big comic special. So when you get like the big book orders, like I do the Ultimate Editions because Steve Van Sampson is fucking awesome. Oh, I'm wearing, by the way, Mark of the Witchworm t-shirt. I didn't think about that. But yeah, so when they do their releases just for books, they release them like comics. And so when you get their comics, they're like, okay, so you get the comic and, you get the cover that you ordered and you get these little cards that go with it. And there's going to be a poster that was done by this person. And that's how they hype all their stuff. And that's how they market it. And so we're going to grab 3 comics that are like all completely different, or comic boxes that are all completely different, but are all like showing different ways to market and to merch, and they're awesome. And then I get to show them to you and then own them. So
so you guys know, we're not going to call this an Unwrapped. We're going to call this the Allied Extravaganza because I just love the word extravaganza, and I don't get to use it as often as I would like. So we're going to do these 3 boxes with these amazing people. We're going to do all of us talking about crazy shit. So it's like a padded cell mixed with an unboxing, mixed with pretty much most of our shows. And we're going to also tell you guys about all the crazy shit we're about to get up to for our fall season. There's a lot of big changes there and a lot of things we're talking about. And I want to talk about it now, but I can't because it'll give too much away, and I got to save something for next Sunday. But
it will be kind of
next Sunday.
Yeah, if everything comes in.
Same old time, same old channel.
I want to make sure that all the creators are available to show up. So we will. There might be a slight adjustment, but it will be our last regularly scheduled Unwrapped because it is something that is expensive to do constantly. And like right now we're all funding it ourselves, but we will still do it in the future if we get like, oh, I bought something that's really cool and I was going to buy it anyway.
What'd you do?
In October, there will be another one with Caitlin Kate Marie is her author name. I got the highest tier of the nearest series with the special books. and all the
Okay.
lovely things with that. So
Yeah.
the next one will be in October with the lovely Kate Marie.
Yeah, and I can
Awesome.
say that one of the things people loved a lot, that were involved in people that watched it, was our mega unboxing where all of us had a box. So that might be something you see again for like the 24-hour thing, like a special, like not often kind of a scenario.
Yeah, well, I mean, if one of us buys something that has it, we'll do it. But
Yeah.
the problem became when we like started running out of stuff that we didn't want you to see the exact same person over and over and over.
Yeah.
Although these three are our favorites, so you're gonna get them all at once
yeah, a
because
lot.
they're fucking amazing.
I am unboxing a box of Twix.
Yeah, it's something when you have to start searching out and buying things. The Kane Hodder box that we got,
Oh,
that
God,
was awesome.
great.
Those guys were awesome.
Yes.
What is the Living Dead?
Return of the Living Dead.
ReturnOfTheLivingDead.com. They put out an awesome box and they gave us extras and they had it off like
Boy, howdy.
it
They
was
were just great people.
Yeah, we had like $120 worth of stuff, $130 worth of stuff, I believe, that was given to us for like $30, and
Yeah,
The candy's been gone for a while.
I bet.
Oh. but they were. It's expensive to keep going because they aren't always going to have a sale, and it's hard to do stuff. So
Yeah.
But I can't not.
I had like 3 of those in a drawer at one point in time. The bottle openers.
Yeah, I couldn't not buy the
I love
things that
those.
I had, and since it happens to encompass 3 of our favorites, we're just gonna stick it all together, have everybody here, and be like, "Booyah, guys! Check this shit out! Support these people because they're amazing."
Yeah. So 3
We
unboxings.
don't just keep having them on because they suck.
Absolute fuckery in between all of them, endearing them, and what's coming next for the network, because we definitely have a lot of big changes we're talking about for not just fall, but we'll talk a little bit about like what's next period, because there's a lot. There's a lot. Some things I'm kind of terrified about, but there's a lot.
Things are good though.
Yeah, all great.
It's
All
not
great
a
things.
bad terrifying.
Yeah.
It's a moving, larger terrified.
It's new territory terrifying.
Tomb of the Terrible will be better, I hope.
Dude,
It's
we're
supposed
doing
to be
Psycho
terrible. What do you
Gorman
mean
next
it's gonna be
week.
better?
Oh.
It's supposed to be just more terrible.
Tom, have you ever watched Psycho Gorman?
Which one?
You're like, what?
Psycho Gorman.
It's
No, I haven't
PG's
seen it.
Psycho Gorman. It is one of the best horrible movies in existence.
It is a great one.
We're going to be covering it next Friday. If you're interested at all, let us know. We'll hook you up with a way to watch it. And Tomb of the Terrible is so much fun, but we watch these terrible movies and then talk
I
through
missed
them.
the last
And
2 and I'm bummed, so I'm excited.
It is now currently every week until further notice.
And
Yes.
I don't have any more Fridays for the haunt for the rest of the month. So
Well, you know.
yeah.
Yay. But yeah, if you want to join us for that, but yeah, we're 3 minutes from hitting 4 hours, so we can't let Drew's record get screwed up.
Well, his was like
Yeah.
over 4. It was like
Yeah,
a
his
little
was
over
4
hours
minutes
20
and
something.
4 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Something like
we can
that.
tap that.
We're probably going to beat it next week, honestly. If I'm being completely honest, I'm pretty sure we're going to beat it next week. So, Drew, get your shit together beyond the show if
Well,
you're worried about it, buddy.
It's a comic book show, so I'm inviting him.
Yeah.
So
Good.
yes.
We'll have to let him know
So-
his record's going to get beaten.
So let's wrap things up tonight, guys.
Bye. Get the fuck out.
Tom, as you're the only one who is not part of the network right now, everybody reach us on Owlite. Catch us. We'll go through each, but Tom first because you have the stuff, and I will be adding your stuff to our above and belows after we're done with the show. I'll put it on
Alrighty.
YouTube.
I am executive producer of Brill Pro, and this Thursday I'm going to be starting my show early because I'm going to have some guests on and everything like that. And so, Carrie, you're more than welcome to come on in as well too. And we're going to have some fun, regular topics. Still continuing with the Tom Dog Days of Summer, which is a yearly thing that I do around the month of August. And in the cat and
Yeah. Sorry.
my short attention span, and so we're going to be doing some episodes of Wrestling Prime as well too, and we're just having fun with this. And be sure to like what you see, and comment. And the live chat are always open, but more importantly, face hug that subscribe button.
I just want to say this: if you're not watching
Here's the
GoPro,
talker.
I have a very specific set of skills, and I will find you.
He does. They aren't that good, but
And if
he
you
does.
if you don't like what's going on up Real Pro, I will find you.
Yeah.
You
we got
brought
two
out
words
the
for
monkey.
you.
monkeys.
Suck it.
Is your mascot still near you?
Yeah,
You
he's still here. He's monkeying around a little bit. Squirrel.
That's my mascot.
Yeah, Tom Dog has a lovely monkey that insults him on his birthday and sings him songs,
Yes.
and it's so nice.
One of
Sock.
Did somebody call my name?
Yes,
Somebody
I
call my
summoned
name.
you.
Hello.
That's right. I am Mojo. I am the monkey behind the asshole.
He
Hello,
currently
Mojo.
has-
The monkey behind the asshole who's got a hand up my asshole.
My
What are you talking about?
he says it.
There seems to be a theme.
He says she won't let me talk. She doesn't know how to do it. So
Oh, hello, little squirrel. Hello.
he is sadly a mute squirrel because I am not good enough to talk about him.
You know what?
He
Fuck
did.
it.
I
On the
bought the cheap
24-hour
version.
stream, we're all gonna have a puppet. We're all gonna. For at
Since
least an hour
everybody was
solid,
talking
we're all
about-
gonna have a puppet.
Since you all were talking about things that scare
First,
us and everything, I have something to share with something that scares me. I'm afraid that Tom Dog is an asshole.
I'm afraid of that too. Like, I'm joking.
I'm joking. But no, seriously,
For
I
me
had to go
poop on.
I had to go into hiding for a while because of the monkeypox epidemic, which everyone still blames me for. Everybody still blames me for the monkeypox.
I can see it, man.
I am deathly afraid that our people are gonna come and get me. Ever seen the movie Outbreak? Yeah, I was also accused of that too.
I love Mojo.
Oh man.
And I love you too.
Good night,
Monkey's
Mr.
like
Mojo.
Well, in closing, thank the monkey.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching Padded Cell.
Yes, that is
Um,
Mojo.
That's awesome.
I love
it.
Mojo.
He's
Alright.
been with he's been with Channel X for over 20 years, since 2001.
Nice.
He looks really good.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna have
I'm-
to bring J.A. Sock on for an episode here soon. You gotta dust him off.
I love Mojo.
Oh, everybody
I-
loves Mojo. I have a friend who just loves him to death, and she's like, "Oh, that's my boyfriend."
Nice.
Okay, I do that with Brad Dourif, but not a monkey.
But he
There's
has
a
a
whole
he.
white panel van
But Mojo has a
involved
thing.
and-
But the thing about Mojo, he has a thing about Natalie Portman. So he loves
It's
Natalie
fair.
Portman.
It's fair.
I do too. I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
James,
sexy.
where can we find you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm right here. Let's see.
Where would you
Actually-
like people to find you? What do you
Uh,
have going on that,
Well, you can find me on
that might be?
Facebook and the Twitters and the Instagrams. And you can also do movies-and-beer.blogspot.com. We just uploaded our recent, very, very recent, like last night, our review of, we discussed Blue Beetle, which is a fine movie. You should watch that. And
All right.
also, I do the bloggings and I do the writings, and I sometimes hang out here, and I'm part of this network in whatever capacity, I don't know. And I have a stuffed bat as my mascot. Don't know what their name is. I'm leaning more toward Vlad, maybe, or that's the
Give us suggestions, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, give us suggestions. What should we name the bat? So
Me? I'm here. I'm also found at Kari Carrie Sanders over on YouTube.
Colonel Sanders.
Well, no. Well, yeah, it is on YouTube, but also on Facebook, which is where all of the rest of my links are. When I'm not with the Owlite, I am also over on the Dorkening. I tend to be on Midweek Geeks on Wednesdays, and I am often found, although not always, on, if I'm not in the show, I'm actually in the audience talking all the time, so technically I'm always on splash pages, but Tom and I hang out in the comments a lot and chill there because the Dorkening guys are really fun. The gents over there. And that's what I should be writing more, but other than that, that's where you can find me. Jenny.
Hi. Find me at Friday with the Library in the Blue Box, in the group Friday with the Library in the Blue Box, and random places like Vacor Publishing and here at Owlite Society. And of course, Buddy, because everybody has a thing. And this pirate decided to say hi. I don't know.
And Jenny isn't just our Girl Friday. She really is our Girl Friday. She does everything for us. We go, social media does what now? And Jenny's like, I've already covered it 7 times on all the different channels, and you guys just don't worry about it. I'll even like it for you. You got it. I got you. You're good. If you talk to any of us, yeah, if you want to get a hold of Jenny, try to talk to any one of us on any on any channel that's not mine. And it's probably Jenny who's going to hear about it. She might be like, "Hey, somebody's reaching out to you." You'll be like, "Really? How do I find that?" Oh, push this button. I already saved it for you because she's that girl. She does everything.
I share a meme, and suddenly it's a podcast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
This is what she does. Oh, tell this.
Shout out to Dr. Nairi Bacallion for taking our question and making it into a podcast and just saying, hey, sometimes the ideas just come to you. And please read her books, listen to podcasts on Friday Night History, and definitely just search her out and see all her other interviews, because she'll even tell you about Rurouni Kenshin. She's even
oh, that's one of my favorites.
Podcast on Rurouni Kenshin, and that was awesome. So yes, please go see her.
All right, Raz, take us out. I'm doing a Leo here.
Where I'm not broadcasting with the Owlite Network, I'm taking long walks through the woods where no one can hear you scream. You can find me at razdslasher.com and every social media on the fucking planet, including MySpace, believe it or not. Also, you can find me wherever toys are sold. Now with Kung Fu Action Grip.
I got Grip. Where's my Grip?
All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long, or just tuning in and chilling out.
Just don't ask where the Kung Fu Grip comes from.
He has those extra hands you can stick on the marble.
It's in these 2 fingers.
1,000 years of death to no come.
It's the powdered toast man flying butt pliers.
I think that's a good note. Good night, everybody.
Bye.